Gold Coast, famous for fun, is Australia's international holiday playground and is fast becoming the regional sporting and events capital of Australia, hosting the 2018 Commonwealth Games. Since 1992, the Royal Pines Resort, set in the heart of the Gold Coast, has been the home of the Australian Ladies Masters. The wind rather than the new back nine proved the biggest challenge on day 3, with anything under par a top day at the office. Making the best of the conditions, former world number 1 Jie Shin shot a 2 under par 71 to take the overnight lead at 10 under the card. England's Holly Clyburn is 2 further back alongside Sweden's Camilla Lennart in a share of second. Canadian teenager Brooke Henderson is lurking with intent at 7 under. While Stacey Keating is in a chasing pack with fellow Aussies Sarah Jane Smith and former Masters winner Catherine Kirk, all hoping for a flying finish. It's tight at the top of the leaderboard, and any of a host of players could lift the trophy on the final day here at the RACV Ladies Masters. Well, the familiar landscape of the Gold Coast looking spectacular on this penultimate day of summer. There is a bit of cloud around today, but the sun is beating down on the Royal Pines Resort as everyone looks ahead to play this afternoon. Hello and welcome to all of you joining us once more for our continuing coverage of the Ladies Masters. I'm Stephanie Brantz. Alongside me, someone who knows final day feeling very well. Jane Crafter won here in 1992 and 1996. It's a great vibe on the last day, isn't it, Jane?
It is, and I tell you what, this tournament has been here since 1992, and it is always a wonderful feeling to come back to Royal Pines and this beautiful resort. The golf course is very new. The players are managing it pretty well, even through the wind, and it was almost a gale yesterday. So a little bit less wind today, Steph, and I think that may help players get off to a better start, maybe make a few more birdies.
Well, someone who made the most of the conditions yesterday, former world number 1 Jie Shin, she handled it very well indeed.
She did, and that's not unexpected. Someone with so much worldwide experience, 44 wins all over the world for Jie, playing mostly now in Japan, and then closely followed by Lennart, Clyburn. Look to see Brooke Henderson. She can get off to a good start, a strong, aggressive player, as is Nicole Brock Larsen from Denmark. So it's going to be interesting to see if those chasers can really make an impact. Great to see Aussies, Sarah Jane Smith, Catherine Kirk, Stacey Keating, just trying to climb up the leaderboard. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this afternoon, that's for sure.
Well, Catherine Kirk, of course, a former winner here, as Catherine Hull, as was. But the winner here today, Jane, a bit of extra incentive?
Yes, absolutely. The winner will earn a place in the LPGA Swinging Skirts Championship in San Francisco in April. Not that you need any extra incentive to win this wonderful trophy, but a little bonus never hurts.
Certainly doesn't. Well, as we said, it looks sunny. The wind looks to have dropped a little bit out there. Let's find out exactly what it's like right now with our on-course commentator, Brett Officer. Brett, how's it feeling right now?
It's just glorious out here, Steph. Hello, everyone. Magnificent conditions today. The course is going to play much easier than yesterday. The weather's been pretty kind to us. A little bit of cloud cover. Humidity's around 80%, so just a little on the steamy side, but it should get up to about 31 degrees. But that light breeze, it's expected to get up to around 20-25 kilometres an hour, and I've got my doubts about that, but that's keeping the player comfort level just around the nice level. So that's all taken care of. The other part, of course, is the golf course, and Lincoln Coombs and his team, what a job they've done to get this course up. You know, the weather conditions haven't been that great leading into this week, but they use every piece of technology they can find at their disposal. The stimp meter, moisture testing probes, a device that measures the firmness of the green so they can get the consistency not only all over each green but all over the golf course. So when you consider that one one 9 is less than a year old and the other 9 is just over a year old, they're pretty much both bedded down and they're playing at about the same. So there's no inconsistencies there. It's all set up for great scoring. I expect to see some pretty low numbers today, and let's hope we get a really exciting finish up at that marvellous 18th green.
I'm sure you're absolutely right, Brett. Thank you very much. Look forward to hearing more from you throughout the afternoon. He looks very, very happy out there, doesn't he?
He does, and it's a glorious spot to walk around, so I'm sure we're in for a great day.
We sure are. Of course, it got underway a little bit earlier. Let's have a look at some of those highlights, Jane, starting with Nicole Brock-Larson with her birdie putt on the first.
Yes, this hole certainly playing a lot easier today with less breeze, and Nicole here from just above the hole, a pretty generous hole location here on number 1. Getting off to a good start, as was Holly Clyburn from England. Also from a similar direction, a little bit shorter, and rolls that one right in the centre. Always nice to start with a birdie. Now, Camilla Lennart from Sweden, and this was to get her to within one of the lead of Jie Shin, -9.
She duly did on the next hole.
Yes, she did. And this is the third, the par 5. All around good putt, so she will get to -10, so into double digits.
Katie Burnett.
And this is the par 3, 5th. Hole in the back left part of the green today. Oh, judged to perfection. Very nice birdie there for the young American.
So strong starts for some of those players. And we'll have a look at how that leaderboard stands currently. Holly Clyburn actually bogeyed on the third, so she dropped a shot. But Jane, it's Jie Shin and Camilla Lennart toe-to-toe right now.
Yes, and Jie just steady Eddie on the first 3 holes, but Camilla Lennart out of the blocks very quickly to tie her, and a couple behind Holly Clyburn, and then a couple of players at 7 under.
Well, indeed. Do you expect the experience of Shin to show out today?
I do, but I do think she's going to need to start posting a birdie or two just to show the rest of the field behind her, or even tied with her, that, you know, I am the best player in this field. Technically, she might not be, because Brooke Henderson's number 11 in the world and Jie's 33, but she's got by far the most experience in all weather conditions,
Well, let's see what she does this afternoon. We're going to head out and hit the course at hole number 5 for their tee shots, and I'll hand you over to our commentators, Quentin Hull and Alison Whitaker.
Stephanie, thank you. A sultry Sunday for the Sisters of Swing to decide the 2016 title. Great to have current touring professional Alison Whitaker with me on a day that seems a little kinder than yesterday, and an early move from the tall Swede who was our overnight leader on Friday coming into yesterday, but 2 early birdies for her today.
Hold up there, but the majority of those shots will feed into that back left hole location today on the 5th hole.
It's a good point that Jane makes about whether or not this woman just has to pull the trigger a little. So consistent yesterday, did find some late birdies. 4 pars to start her final day. You don't win 44 times without having the ability to make birdies, so we know that that's a part of her arsenal. Let's get above hole number 5.
Yeah, par 3 playing 157 metres today. Ideally, the players would land midway up the green to attack this back left hole location. The front of the green's well guarded by 2 greenside bunkers, and there's a slope behind that hole location as well that might help the players set up a birdie opportunity as well. So could see a few more birdies out there this afternoon on the 5th.
Holly Clyburn, 3rd and final member of our last group.
It's a good looking swing. A great looking shot.
Holds up, so that's a real birdie chance for Clyburn. As we departed yesterday, she had a couple to play and unfortunately finished bogey, the Englishwoman, and hence just took a bit of gloss off her Saturday. Now here's Nicole Brock-Larson, who's 3 back. Very tough par putt here.
Yeah, having a little trouble here on the 6th, and this is not the leave you want for par.
Handy. Turn. Yes. Oh, what a save from the Dane. That may become very important as the afternoon progresses for the 22-year-old current players player of the LET Tour. So it's Lennart with birdies on 1 and 3 to join Jie Shin at 10 under, and Clyburn the closest 2 back, playing with that pair in our final trio. Where will the charge come from if we see one? Perhaps the Frenchwoman, Céline Urbain.
Well, she's hit a lovely drive here on the 6th. The whole location just tucked behind that right greenside bunker. Pretty cheeky little flag there. Oh, and we'll see a few balls find that bunker today, I believe. That one just quite finding the centre of the club, perhaps. You can see her waving to the wind there, maybe a bit of a gust as well.
And what about the team from Canada today? Brooke Henderson, the highest ranked player in the field. She's got the matching pants with sister Brittany, she's doing the hard work, Brittany, so she's gone the shorts.
Yeah, I think you'd be a little hot out there as a caddy in pants today.
As a young player, what would your first piece of advice be to Brooke Henderson today, Alison?
I think stay true to your style of golf. I think so many pros get out there and then they, you know, have coaches around them trying to change things, but she's got a style and it works for her. Well, that one looked heavy from the get-go, didn't it?
Almost Lexi Thompson-esque, the way that she digs a huge divot. The statuesque American doing very well in Thailand this weekend, but here in Australia we've got the pleasure of seeing one of the hottest young talents in the women's game.
Yeah, and Brooke Henderson, she is just so exciting to watch. She's a great, you know, spectator golfer. She reminds me a lot of, you know, a younger version of Laura Davies in her prime. Obviously a little bit of a different body type, but
she's so small.
She's tiny.
Well,
she's probably only about 5'6", 5'7", and
last
you know,
night, and you just it almost defies logic the way she's able to pound the ball, and then you get to see her. She's such a diminutive framed golfer.
Yeah, she is, and she's an absolute little sweetheart as well in her interviews and everything, just very lightly spoken.
So back on the 5th green, Lennart to putt first. Our joint leader looking to make it 3 birdies in the opening 5 holes.
Bit of work left to do there. It's a long putt for Camilla though, about 55 feet.
She knows this scenario. Tied for 6th here last year, tied for 3rd the year before, and her real highlight coming 2014 at the Slovak Open.
Yeah, shot a final round 66 in the mountainous Slovakian. It was actually a ski field actually in the winter, this golf course, but it's great fun out there. Everyone gets together in Slovakia and they all eat in one of the chalets at night. They put on food for everyone, and she certainly enjoyed herself that week.
It's good use of geography, golf in the summer, skiing in the winter. Must be a pretty hilly course.
Yeah, it is very hilly actually, and we have a long drive contest there
skiing
as well. Yeah, Sandra Karlsborg, I think her name is, came over, one of the long drive champs, and hit a ball off the ski slopes. It was fun to watch.
Jie Shin. Yet to birdie this hole throughout the tournament. 3 pars before today. See the gust of wind come up just as that putt was on its way. She is the odds-on favourite going in today. She's a 2-time major winner and former world #1. She knows how to take care of business on the Sunday of a big tournament. Cleans up for her 3, and Brett Officer asked her about her thoughts coming into today's final round.
Great round yesterday, tough conditions. You really excelled.
Yeah, it was a very big patience day for me. And yeah, yesterday we played totally different golfing because a lot of windy. So yeah, I happy 3 bogey yesterday.
That takes some doing on any golf course, let alone going bogey free yesterday was so impressive. You made a couple of clutch putts too.
Yeah, yeah, I made a couple, and that really helpful to my spot now. So I look forward today also.
Yeah, all the best today. Keep it going, and I'm sure your patience will come in handy.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, thanks so much.
Good luck.
So back to the 5th green, and her playing partner to narrow the gap to 1. Just a bit too hot.
Yeah, there is one part of the game that Holly could perhaps work on. It is her putting. Just because her ball striking is so exceptional, she gives herself so many chances, and she'll need to take advantage of those today.
Now, this is actually the 4th for Celine Herbin at the par 4. She's already had 1 in the trap. That's much better, but that back for bogey to stay at 5 under and 5 from the lead.
Well, you can see the wind's getting up because it's blowing Camilla's hair around a little bit. Very interesting grip here with her right thumb resting on top of her left wrist. This should move a little to her left.
Just. It got there, and she remains tied for the lead at 10 under. Great to have had Jane Crafter move in alongside us as we catch up with the Canadian team.
Well, and looked a little bit less than pleased with that approach shot, and less than pleased again. And that's something she's going to have to battle today, Ali, is emotions. She's just going to have to be very, very patient.
Yeah, well, when you look at the top 5, you know, you've got Nicole Brock-Larson, who can get down on herself, Katie Burnett, who can get down on herself, Holly on screen, who just cleaned up for her par on the 5th, she can get down on herself. And so if they want to beat Jie Shin, who is so patient on the golf course, they'll have to do that.
Herbin to just drop the 1 here after having her sand trouble at 6.
So cross-handed grip. Oh, just lacked the pace.
And this really puts her behind the pace because she'll drop 7 back. Takes her double bogey 6. So not a good start for the Frenchwoman. I wonder what her thoughts were before teeing off today. Again, she's on the range here with Brett.
Celine, you'd be preferring the drop in the wind.
Yeah, that's true that yesterday I was feeling pretty comfortable in the wind, so hopefully I wouldn't mind if the wind was keeping up today, and just enjoying a lot the golf course and the way I play, so I'm pretty excited for today.
So the tougher it is, the better for you.
Yeah, that's true that maybe I'm more focused on my game when it's tougher, so I don't mind. I'm used to playing the wind in Spain. I live in Spain, so I'm used to it. I don't mind.
And I understand you have a pretty famous Spanish caddy. I beg your pardon, coach.
Coach. Yeah, indeed. Vicente Ballesteros is Seve's brother, so obviously he taught me a lot about he's teaching me a lot about how to manage tough conditions, and So yeah, maybe it's a plus for me.
He used to caddy for you, is that right?
Yeah, indeed. He caddied for me a few times. He caddied for me last September for the French Open that I won. So well, he couldn't make the trip so far from Spain, but I talked with him yesterday night, so I'm pretty confident, and we feel confident both for today.
Well, your caddy today is Spanish, so you got that connection. You're keeping that going. So all the best today. Play well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
She'll need to now with that double bogey a short time ago. Now Henderson trying to stop a run of bogeys. She's going to pick up a third straight bogey here. That's not a good putt. So bogeys on 5, 4, and 5 and 6 looming for the Canadians. So she's going to most likely drop to 4 under if she holds that putt, and that's 6 back from the lead. So the top ranked player in the field has got a lot of work to do. Back to our joint leader, 27-year-old Camilla Lennart.
Yeah, back into the teeth of the breeze. It has gotten up a bit, and oh, she's blocked this way right.
Well, she did that yesterday as well, and had some problems, but that could be in some serious bother. Well, let's have a look at hole number 6. 346 metres, and this drive is framed by this real plethora of bunkers, but this one on the right, when the wind is not blowing too hard into the players, they can reach it. It's 234 metres, but obviously you need to be left of that location. Today the hole is located on the front right of the green, just 10 paces on and 7 off the right, and so far it's played as the third hardest hole this week, and hardly surprising with the breeze normally right into the player's face.
It's what you'd expect.
Yes, well, GA has hit 83% of her fairways, Brett, so she doesn't deviate very often. Just staying in beautiful rhythm. Now Clyburn.
Oh, she's just got a little quick on this one. This is leftish.
Yeah, that was very quick from the top, and oh, that is a diabolical spot. I don't even think she'll have a backswing there, Ali.
No, and it all depends about the bounce over there on the left side as well, because there is actually a hazard, you know, over there that joins onto the 4th fairway as well. So it's a very tricky spot, and it'll be tough with that front right hole location, won't it?
A great scene, but the beaches remain closed because of the strong surf, so golf's the place to be. Lennart and Shin with differing fortunes early in the day. 2 birdies for Lennart, but she's in trouble right off the tee at 6. Fellow Scandinavian Nicole Brock-Larsen here.
And opting to go with the putter from this fringe. Hole on the back portion of this green. You can see that wind is really brisk. It's often downwind here, Ali, and tough green to really judge your approach.
Yeah, and it's almost in a bit of a U shape as well, with you know, the length being a little shorter in the middle of the green, as you can see there. Nicole having to putt, which I think is a good choice with such grainy lies all the way around the 7th green.
Scores bottom of screen if you want to catch up with your favourite. Now, how bad or otherwise are these 2 wayward drives, Brett?
Well, they've both been very fortunate, Quentin. Camille's hit it so far right that she's actually got a shot. She's okay. She's on 7 fairways. She's got 145, though, back into the breeze. The factor is the trees, however, that she must come over. And To hit it high enough to comfortably clear the trees means she's hitting it back up into the breeze. So it's a tough shot, but she does have a shot.
Just wonder if she's going to be able to get enough elevation on it to get it all the way back and enough length to get it all the way back to the hole.
That's the question.
Yeah.
The angle that we're happy with.
So that's a good view from the top of the resort. You can see
Does this look like 140?
where she is there on the 7th fairway.
28 front.
128.
Yeah, that's
okay.
club golfer territory,
The
isn't it?
140. Yeah.
You've blocked it hard enough.
Maybe even as far as this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it really makes the caddy's job very difficult unless you've got a rangefinder, which you're not allowed to use on the
I'm allowed to
professional
use one,
tours.
Jane.
Yes, you can. So,
How long do you think it'll be before they are allowed to use them?
well, we use them on the Women's Legends Tour, our senior tour. Speeds up play, but I don't think it will be too long. Maybe a couple of years.
And that's a moot point this week, the speed or pace of play, because it was molasses-like yesterday.
Yes, indeed. And
The
I
back
think,
end round's nearly 5.5 hours.
well, that's
Jane.
right. But you
Too
look,
slow.
well, yes, but you look at the difficulty of the conditions, the difficulty of the golf course.
Yep.
Here, if you just miss a few greens, you don't have easy up and downs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jane, because the problem is here you've actually got 3 options with every chip shot that you have, whereas, you know, it's not as perhaps straightforward short game wise as some other courses, so there's quite a bit of thinking time before each shot that you need to go through.
And there were a lot of bad scores in the morning. A lot of players in the 80s. As we look now at Lennart, job number 1, Brett, get it over the trees.
That's exactly right. That's a tip for all club golfers. Overcome the first obstacle first. So high enough, clear those trees. Contact sounded good.
Come on.
Like a 6-iron there. Oh, what a top shot.
Some recovery from the Swede.
We haven't seen many closer than that from the fairway, let alone someone else's fairway.
Brings a smile to the caddy's face there.
Yeah, good yardage, Paul.
Yeah.
And here's Suchia Chung, who picked up a birdie on 5 to move to 5 under, and here's a chance to pick up another shot.
Well, she gave it a go. Slow going back up that slope there on the left-hand side of the 7th hole.
Well, she's well nourished. She had a huge bacon and eggs with baked beans for breakfast.
Did
I
she
saw her
now?
with her dad, who's caddying for her.
Spying on her, were you?
Just happened to catch her in the clubhouse.
Now GA.
Key here, start it left. Make sure you don't miss it right.
Okay, safely on. Beautiful rhythm still from GA Shin.
You got a pretty lucky break there, Holly, to be able to get a backswing. It was a near thing. She's done brilliantly. What great recovery shots from these two players.
It's not how you get there. Sometimes it's just getting there. So we went 1 down the middle, 1 left, 1 right. We've got 3 birdie putts of similar lengths from our last group. That's terrific, exciting golf from our contenders.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch, isn't it, when you've got a little bit of everything on the hole. Plenty of ways to skin a cat, as they used to say.
We'll just leave them there for the moment, because now we see the 16-year-old Haijin Choi, leading amateur in the field. She's had a terrific summer in Australia and New Zealand. Approaching 8. Oh, it's gone in! A 2 for the teenager on the 8th hole. She jumps to 6 under.
Oh, what an absolutely brilliant shot. Just a sand wedge laid up in the perfect position. Hole today is in the back left. Slightly into the wind, landed softly right in the center of the hole.
That was absolute perfection, wasn't it?
was
Her
gorgeous.
summer's getting a whole lot better now after that one too.
She shot 62 around here from the women's tees in the Junior Ladies Masters to earn a place in the field. And that's no mean feat to shoot 62 anywhere. I don't care how long the course is.
No, I have about 62 on putt-putt sometimes, so I can only imagine it on a full-length golf course. High fives all round there.
What a great smile. This kid, we're going to be hearing a lot more of her.
So from the fringe for Brock Larson to there, and this to save par and remain 3 back.
Yeah, good save. I think par's a very good score at the 7th. It's played as the 2nd hardest hole all week, so just take your par and go to number 8. Now back here at the 6th. Sorry, Quentin.
Just about to say, Hai-Jin Choi, that great summer that she's had down here. She was in a group tied 2nd behind Lydia at the New Zealand Open, and then qualified for and played the Australian Open last week. Qualified here, so she's played a lot of golf.
Yeah, had a win at the Lake Macquarie Amateur earlier this year in January as well, one of our national ranking events Golf Australia put on. Well, this is going to be a very slippery putt still. Downwind, downhill and down grain.
Other than that, not much to it. No, it is. You can see how shiny it is, Ali, and that indicates the blades of the grass are running away from the player, so you've got to factor that in.
Try.
Wouldn't have that have been a miracle birdie?
Now, is that rain, Brett?
Oh, just a bit of wet air, Quentin. It's not what we
That's
call
known as rain,
in
isn't
Queensland.
it?
No, it is starting to get a little heavier. We did have a pretty light shower about an hour ago. But, this will only help the scoring conditions if it just rains lightly.
Good for Lennart after her wayward tee shot, so she remains in a share of the lead with her playing partner, Jie Shin. Yeah, it looks like one of those squally little summer misty bits that comes across this time of year. Not surprising, really, that we're getting some precipitation. It's so thick out there.
It is extremely humid. Absolutely. Now, Jie Shin, Jie, 3rd on the Japanese money list last year, 2015, and has expressed the goal to become number 1 this year. Great to see her back out in Australia. She won in Royal Canberra in the Australian Women's Open, but has yet to win this event.
2nd behind Kari Webb in 2007. Next year, 6th behind Lisa Hall. Following year, 8th behind Catherine Hull. So she knows how to get close here without lifting the trophy. A birdie for the former world number 1 to return to the outright lead. Jie Shin 11 under.
And that's really what she needed. She needed to show those players behind her that, you know, you can keep close to me, but you're not going to catch me.
Yeah, it's almost like putting your cards down in front of them saying, this is what I've got in my bag, what do you have in yours? And I expected that, you know, out of the first 5 holes with G8, for if she got a shot or 2 back on the field, it should be hard to catch, but maybe that's her putting her hand up now.
A chance for Clyburn to keep that gap at 2 and reply to the birdie of a playing partner. Oh, some 3, that from the rough. Tremendous stuff from our last group. This is what Sunday golf's all about.
Absolutely. Wonderful to see. Get the galleries excited, get the players pumped up after yesterday's sort of a war of attrition.
Yeah, it was a tough day out there for them, wasn't it? That wind was tempestuous at best.
So Shin 11 under, Lennart 1 behind, Clyburn 2 behind, but birdies for 2 of our 3 players in the final group at a highly entertaining 6th hole, and well, Brock Larson perhaps still close enough if good enough, and Hai Jin Choi up to -6 with that eagle 2.
Well, here we take a look at the 7th, 369 metres in length with 4 fairway bunkers, 3 of which really come into play today. The 2 on the right and the longer of the 2 on the left. It slopes down towards that slight water hazard, but that doesn't really come into play too much. This green runs front to back, and it's usually downwind and down grain. Quite tricky to hold this green, and that back left hole location today, well, you don't want to go long, that's for sure. Short right is the order of the day.
Plenty of room between these bunkers, left and right. Shouldn't be any problem at all for GA.
Yep, she's normally so accurate. Might not be the longest player in the field, but you can always count on GA to hit a fairway. Rain's getting a little bit heavier out there, Brett.
Hey, well, no. It's in fact, it's just about stopped, Jane.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been bothered putting my umbrella up if I had one.
Well, you would have had to put it behind your back from the angle that it's coming in. Brett, looks like it's coming in sideways.
Oh, you're building it up a bit, Quentin. It's not too bad.
Oh, this one's headed left again.
Yeah, pretty good break there.
And for those international viewers, those birds are corellas. Make a lot of racket.
Corralling corellas?
Camille's hit the ball beautifully right out of the blocks today. It was just such a surprise, that tee shot on the last. Perhaps she was just a little uncomfortable going back into the wind. But shouldn't have any trouble with this one. Down breeze. Does drive the ball pretty consistently. Good distance off the tee.
Oh, not a problem there. Beautiful drive there by the young Swede.
Gallery told the story, liked it as soon as they saw it blast. So we'll leave our group there and return to the trials and tribulations of the American Katie Burnett. So coming off a bogey, this is her 4th. That back for another bogey, so just unravelling a little bit for the Georgian. Brock Larson.
To the short par 4, most players just laying up to a comfortable distance. And I would say with a sand wedge, she would be less than pleased with that. I would have expected her to get inside that. Playing a little into the breeze today.
So just a little bit of moisture, perhaps helping out the players to get a bit of grip on these slick Royal Pines greens. Jie Shin, 3 times a top 10. Is today her day? She leads by 1 over Camilla Lennart, who's been top 10 here the past 2 years. Clyburn in that last group as well, 2 from the lead. Catherine Kirk is the leading Australian, the former champion at 1 under.
Well, I don't know about you, but I love to get in the water on my off weeks and holidays, and there are a few places better to do that than up here at the Gold Coast. Great surf, coastline. You see the Q1 building there. Not a bad place to go and take some photos. Some brilliant swell at the moment around Snapper Rocks and Rainbow Bay, both of which will host next week's Quicksilver Pro. So why don't you head down and see if local girl Steph Gilmore can pick up a title in her backyard at the WSL event there.
It's one of those events where the guys and girls serve the same break. Mick Fanning, of course, took international headlines with his encounter with a shark late last year. He's having a modified year this year, Mick Fanning. So Katie Burnett here. This for a bogey. So she takes care of business, but back-to-back bogeys to be 5 under. Little squally shower seems to have left us. The Surfers Paradise skyline looks to have the sun beating down on it, so that better weather headed this way. Not that we can complain, really. Just a little bit of a shower. Still a few drops on our lenses, but Brett hasn't had to scurry for cover at all. He's a pretty tough man. He's used to things up on the Sunshine Coast. Getting much worse than this down on the Goldie, Brett.
It's nice out here now. It's good temperature. But I can't say the same for where Holly Clymont is. Way left. Clyburn is way left of centre. Bit of an error off the tee, and she's left herself a very awkward second shot. She's got pine trees to come over if she was to attack the flag. Very little green to work with on that line, so I think she'll be very wise to opt for middle of the green here and just take a 2-putt par.
Yeah. I'm going to get a bit of turn off this lie anyhow, so yeah, just straight at that.
High, I'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's good commitment.
Pretty solid instruction from Joe Morley there.
And she knows of which she speaks. Former professional as well. If she can just land this just short of the front of the green, hopefully with a bit of right to left, it should scamper back to the middle of the green. Yeah, it's about as good as you could have done, really. Perhaps you got it a tad heavy, Ali.
Yeah, I think just a little bit, but I think that was a great play there, just allowing, you know, a slight upslope to do the work from right to left for you when the ball's above your feet like that. 9 times out of 10, it'll turn right to left.
Go zone here for GA Shin. Really like the look of this shot. It's one of the really aesthetically pleasing shots on the golf course, Brett.
Yeah, and I think one of the toughest holes on the course, Quentin, so great hole to make a 3 on. 130 to the front and the pin 11 back off the left edge. Looking good.
And that's the difficulty on this green with the breeze helping. I don't know how many balls I've seen in the last year or so roll over the back of this green. Now let's have a look at the profile of GA Shin. Born in the year of the Dragon, 1988. There's been some great young Korean players on the LPGA Tour born in that year. 10 wins on the Korean Tour, 44 worldwide wins, 2 British Opens, double major champion, and the last one that she won was at Royal Liverpool, and it was just the most horrendous weather conditions. Winds, pouring rain sideways. I was there commentating. It was no bargain, Quentin.
And hasn't played in a major since the 2014 British Open, having elected to stay closer to home. So great credentials, but haven't really seen her at the top level of those events for a couple of years.
She really must consider that over the back of the green is dead, so don't be surprised if this is a little shy of flag high.
Well, this hole's played as the second hardest hole just for that reason, because if you carry it too far down breeze, it will not hold, and then if you land it short, it seems to pull up. So very demanding.
As we take a look a little further ahead, Nicole Brock-Larson, her birdie putt here on the 8th hole. Oh, sneaky in the left side and fist pumps all round. She's really rolled a few important putts in the last 3 holes.
22-year-old who's the current players' player of the LET Tour, or took that award for last year's tour, turned pro in August of 2013, so when she was 20 years of age, and was the best European at the last major of last year, tying for 11th there in France at the Evian. We'll scroll through all players there. I know that there's always interest in the Dame Laura Davies, and she was out in the first group today and had a pretty tough weekend, but got round in an even 73 today for Laura, so well done her. 16 over for the tournament, but pretty good recovery actually. She went double bogey, par bogey to start, but then found some birdies, including the last 2 holes for Dame Laura Davies, a 3-time winner of this event. Her weekend's done.
Well, on this, I'm not sure who's going to be away here, Brett. Might be Camilla technically, but they may decide to allow GA. Brett's not available at the moment, but they might be allowing GA Shin perhaps to chip on. We'll have to wait and see.
Doesn't look all that daunting from that angle.
No, I don't think it's going to be that hard. She stayed on the upslope, which is good. She has good chipping touch and a little bit of green to work with. She probably has about 8 steps.
Compared to some of the runoffs, that's one of the kinder that we see around this layout.
The difficult part is that the grain of the grass is always going back into you when you're chipping uphill like this, so you have to be so precise. You've got to nip it just correctly and use the bounce of the sand wedge. We'll see if GA gives us a clinic here, Ali. Yes. A little unlucky.
I think you can call that a clinic.
Almost perfection.
Yeah, it's so important, as you mentioned, Jane, just to get the club bottoming out properly on those chip shots that are into the grain. As soon as you start leaning your hands forward and using the leading edge of the club, all sorts of problems can happen.
So one of the highlights of the day, as we leave our last group there, was the 16-year-old Haijin Choi holding out for an eagle 2 at the par 4 8th. So here she is coming into the par 5 9th.
And laid up in an ideal position. This hole today is 32 on and 6 off the right, so she's got the whole length of the green here to use. Needs to keep releasing, as it's doing. Oh, that is very nicely judged for the young 16-year-old.
And no surprise to see an amateur do so well, because we've had amateurs in the top 10 of the last 3 years. It was Becky Kay last year, the local girl. 2 in the top 10 the previous year, So Young Lee and Min Ji Lee when she was still an amateur. And then last year's champion, Sue Oh, was a top 10 finisher back in 2013. So it is a tournament that does provide an opportunity for young golfers, and a lot of them can take that qualifying form or that form of knowledge from Becky Kay's perspective into a tournament here where they're playing with their older peers.
Absolutely. And I give great kudos to Bob Toohey and Toohey Associates, because they are always thinking about that and giving sponsor invitations and extending invitations to not just our own amateurs, but from amateurs all over Asia.
This is for a share of the lead, albeit a very long birdie putt for Camilla Lennart.
Yeah, it should break a little to her left and then back to her right, and perhaps a little left at the end again. So the read is imperative here.
Wow. She has smashed it.
Well, it looks as though she caught a bit of a flyer there, perhaps.
Well, I've always said just a tad frisky, a bit of a rush of blood to the head, but Yeah, on those long putts, you know, you've got so many different changes of direction and elevation. Yeah, very, very difficult to judge. And you've got the breeze as a factor as well.
We'll leave them there for a moment. Katie Burnett's gone bogey after birdieing 5. She's had some trouble. What can she do at 8 here? Can she get one back? Nice roll. Oh, yes. The American with a lovely birdie putt to get it back to level par for the day.
Well, I had a drink with Katie last night, and she said that she was 3 over for the first 8 holes in the last 2 days, so she was trying to rectify that hopefully today, and that birdie on the 8th there will definitely help. Having a chat there with caddy Hetta Freiling, good player in her own right.
Well, let's see if Clyburn learned anything from her fellow competitor Lennart. Similar length putt. Now, and that's to be expected. That's a little understandable when they've run it so far past. You've got to think, oh, better be careful. And you get too careful.
Can Brooke Henderson find some momentum? She's going out the wrong way. 4 straight bogeys. Not to be. So the pre-tournament favourite, after starting with 3 pars today, that's 4 bogeys. Full stop by a par there, but long way back.
Really quite surprising. I did not expect that from Brooke.
This back for Lennart to stay at 10 under. Oh, what a clutch putt.
You know, it's interesting. She did not seem at all fazed by the fact that that putt went, you know, some 15 feet by. You didn't really change expression, and you sort of had a feeling that, okay, well, I guess I'll just have to make this. And which is a wonderful thing for young golfers to watch, is how she maintained, you know, her sense of equilibrium, really.
Yeah, she's a very moderate very moderate player in nature on the golf course, and I think that's what kept her in the running yesterday in particular. You know, obviously such a crazy day with the wind out there, and now she's still in the mix, just one shot back from G.A. Shin.
Now Clyburn. Just a very standard putting grip, reverse overlap, hands fairly close together, working as a unit. Shoulders rock back and forth. Okay, that's well holed.
And a little fist pump from the 25-year-old English woman. She stays 2 back.
Now we saw Choi pitch it to this point, just underneath the hole. Can she convert for a birdie?
Well, the charge of the teen. An outward 4 under 32 for Hai Jin Choi. She's 4 back at 11 under. But the way she's going, if she keeps that hot streak, who knows?
Now GA just to clean up after that lovely chip shot from the back of the green. Keeps her head beautifully still. Good save.
6 pars and a birdie to start her Sunday. And the leader by 1. With her playing partner Lennart, the closest rival, and her other playing partner Holly Clyburn 2 back. There you have our top 5. Symmetry about it. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Here's the 8th hole.
Well, let's have a closer look at this 8th hole. It's definitely incredibly different than it used to be. It used to always play as one of the most difficult holes, but it's shortened quite substantially. Just 440. They've got the stumbles. 243 metres. Apologise for that. When the wind's not blowing, players can reach this green with their drive, but today I think most of them, with the wind in the face, have opted to lay up. We've had 1 eagle as we saw earlier, a couple of doubles, so playing just over its par. But certainly not the, you know, knee-knocking sort of hole, you know, that it used to be. It used to be such a demanding drive, Alison.
Yeah, and I think the premium today is on that approach shot with the pin tucked so far close to the left side.
You're among the trees there, Brett, somewhere?
Oh, out in the open, Quentin, out in the open, enjoying the sunshine. But the decision that you ask yourself on this 8th tee is, you know, can I really reach the green? But hopefully you've got a game plan that you've set down before the round. So you just walk onto the tee and pick the club that you decided on in your game plan, and that's what GA is doing. 3 wood. Right up the high diddle.
Lovely shot. 199 metres to reach that bunker that she's just short of, so it's only 227 metres to the green, but there's a lot of risk involved. And I saw Brooke Henderson reach the back of the green here earlier this week, but that was when the wind was substantially less, Brett.
Well, Holly has a powerful enough game that she could quite easily, I think, drive it on the green, but she's opted for the smart play, just to lay up. Plenty of chances for birdie. A lot of holes remaining yet.
Okay. Good angle to approach that back left hole location.
Yeah, she was flirting with danger, but she's actually ended up in position A1, hasn't she?
Well, Lennart's been just a little flaky off the tee of late.
Your plan A is definitely to be right half of the fairway, but where this hole is cut today, back left of the green, the big drop off on the left-hand side, it wouldn't even be bad over on the left-hand side. So anywhere on the short grass will do.
Nice rhythm there for the young Swede, and that is position A, a little bit further back than the other players. She went with the hybrid.
So we'll leave them there for the moment and see if the Dane can continue her charge. Birdie at the previous. Nicole Brock-Larson is 3 from the lead.
Well, that is going to be a very difficult up and down for the Dane.
Up and down for birdie there at 9. So that'd still, she'd take that, wouldn't she, with that power to be able to give herself the chance. So it's Shin, one ahead of Lennart, and a little cluster of challengers trying to take the lead from the world number 1. Hai-Jin Choi, the hot player on course at the moment. Thanks mainly to a magnificent Eagle 2 at the par 4 8th hole. Just 16 years of age and continuing her wonderful Southern Hemisphere summer. At the bottom of the page, you see the tie there, Nontaya Srisawang. She's 1 over for the day. Started at 5 under, now 4 under and 7 back. Nontaya Srisawang. She's in some strife.
Well, and this is not a good spot to approach this green. These long fairway bunker shots are extremely difficult. She drove it into the bunker off the tee and then did not carry this right-hand fairway bunker for her second shot. So the ball's going to be slightly below her feet. Got plenty of green to work with. Job number 1, make sure you make good solid contact. Keep your lower body still. Sounded a little heavy. Yes, it was a little heavy. That was always going to be a very, very tough shot.
She's next to Brock-Larson, has had twice as many shots.
that is not a nice feeling. And it's a very hard hole location, tucked way in the back of the 9th hole, just clinging to the edge of the green almost. You really have to land it short and bounce it towards it, but not really an option from the sand there for Nontire.
So back to our last group.
Yeah, we've got room behind it, so.
Shin, Lennart and Clyburn, that final trio. That's the view you see from the top of the Royal Pines Resort Hotel. Certainly a lot calmer scene than it was yesterday. Still a bit of breeze about, but much more manageable for the players. Our last group approaching the par 4 8th. Lennart won from the lead.
Yeah, the ideal line would be to just split perhaps the edge of that RACV TV tower in the background and the pin.
Yeah, starts
Can't
a
go
little
left.
right with just a touch of draw. Looks nice.
Oh, looks great. Giving herself a chance to move to 11 under. And here's the woman that holds that mark and the current lead.
Just 71 metres. Pitching wedge. This is headed right back there.
Oh, what a touch of class. Starting to assert herself now.
Almost like the nearest the pin competition between our two prominent players there. Well, Holly Clyburn, maybe she can get even closer. She's
Talk about putting your cards on the table. She's said, over to you, Holly.
Well, Holly has her full LPGA card this year, Ali, and very much looking forward to watching her progress this season.
Yeah, she's a great player and just such a lovely girl as well, from a really lovely family. Her sister Indy actually goes to college at NC State as well, so she's very comfortable over in the US.
Certainly a field shot, this. 70 metres. She likes it. Well, the line anyway. That's a shame.
So we'll leave them there for a moment. Check in with the leading Australian, the 2009 champion, Catherine Kirk.
Ran into all her aunts are here and her parents. They were going out to dinner, celebrate her birthday. Always a lot of great support here for Catherine.
Yeah, and saying that she's tinkering a bit with the game now, going back to basics. We'll just see what Brock Larson can do here. Oh, that gives a really good chance for birdie.
Beautifully executed shot, just able to slide that sand wedge, open face, right under the golf ball. That was extremely well done.
Yeah, similar option here for Nontire. So just sweeping the club underneath. Just a little bit more run there. But still a great shot nonetheless.
So Brock Larson seems the one to be creeping closer to our last group. Where would you want to be on a Sunday? Fantastic that the breeze has dropped a little. It's pretty muggy out there, but generally if you're in the gallery today, I think it's one of the kinder days to be out walking around. Just enough breeze to try and take that comfort level to a nice range. Brett, I'd imagine that it's much more comfortable than yesterday. Clyburn to play first here. Birdies on the opening 2 days of the tournament at this hole for the 25-year-old. Par yesterday. She does have an Australian win to her credit, won the New South Wales Open a little over 12 months ago.
And she actually pulled out the week before from the New Zealand Open with a problem with her hip. So a bounce back like that was absolutely incredible. And she was in form at the time. So it was a shame to see her not play in New Zealand, but definitely earned that win in New South Wales.
Well, this putt will be uphill, should work from her right to left. So I think one that she can be reasonably firm with, back against the breeze. Come on, reach.
So she'll stay at 9 under, which you'd suggest will be 3 back, with Jie Shin to stand over a very short birdie putt shortly. It's a matter of whether Camilla Lennart can roll in another birdie here.
Yeah, Clyburn really, I don't think she'd be pleased with that approach shot. It really needed to be knocked in there tight to answer all of these players in her group as we go back to Hai-Jin Choi here at the 10th. This is her second shot from the right rough.
Oh, wow.
She just keeps peppering the flags.
Eagle, birdie, and now another chance for a birdie. 8, 9, 10.
We're watching another prodigy in the making, just like Lydia Ko.
To join Shin. Momentarily, at least. Oh, she's putting with a very confident stroke today, the Swede. So, for about 15 seconds or so, she'll be in a share of the lead. Depends how long Jie Shin takes over this putt. She'll go through due process, no doubt, the 27-year-old. Well, it looks dead for 12 under, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but we've seen a few short putts missed this week. I would give it to her, but you've got to give them due respect.
Yeah, it's not a social Sunday.
No.
It's a money Sunday.
That's exactly right. And this young lady's made heaps in her career. She's been a professional for 10 years.
Julie takes care of business to keep that one-shot buffer at the top of the leaderboard.
And just looks very relaxed, very composed, very confident, Alison, and I wouldn't want to bet against her. Other players are going to have to really start making more birdies and eagles.
Yeah, and I think taking advantage of their length as well is important. That's really the only thing that you have over Jie Shin is those extra 20 or 30 yards off the tee and around the greens. Just coming up shy there for Strissa Wang. And that will be shots dropped for the tie.
9 back now.
Yeah, costly bogey there, not managing to make up and down.
So birdies for both Shin and Lennart at 8. Clyburn having to take a 4 there. So essentially she lost a shot on her playing partners there and is 3 behind our leader. Brock Larson has a chance to move to 9 under on the 9th green, and Brooke Henderson's been one of the disappointments of the day so far. A run of 4 consecutive bogeys from 4 through 7 has seen her drop off the front page. Just the 15 players under par. One of them is Suchia Chung. Drains a birdie on 9. Still close enough if she really gets something going. 2 under 34 going out today.
So we cross over to Pam Pratswell, Scottish youngster.
I watched her play Curtis Cup in the US, and good solid all-round game.
Yeah, she's been having some trouble with some back injuries, had to pull out, was in contention in New Zealand and actually had to pull out, you know, a hole or two into the final round.
Well, we've seen her miss a few of those putts in the last day or so, and that is just so unfortunate because that was a delightful chip. Little flop shot from the right-hand side of this green, and you've got to make those.
Yeah, and that would have got her into a tied for third as well, climbing up the leaderboard, not to be. Just seemed to open her wrists up and, you know, just open the club face a little bit. We've seen the majority of Nicole's putts miss to the right this week.
Yeah, I'd like her to keep her putter just going a little bit lower through the golf ball. That would be my tip if I were to speak to her.
Well, I'd take it. That sounds pretty good to me, Jane.
Not quite the white caps of yesterday, but still a ripple in the waterways around Royal Pines. Had a bit of a shower a short time ago, but seems to have departed. Maybe there's a little bit more in that, with that lovely view back to the skyline, seeing some potential rain in the distance.
Yeah, a number of the players staying down in Broad Beach and enjoying the beaches and the environment down there. But business at hand, Brett, and I would expect nothing but centre of the fairway here for GA.
Well, that's a bit of a given, isn't it?
It is.
When was her last bogey? Can you look that up for me, Quentin?
Stand by. 13 on Friday.
Okay, yeah.
So that's...
Just avoid the bunkers here on 9. And she's done that comfortably. Another beautiful tee shot.
32 holes since GA last bogeyed.
Well, let's take a look at the 9th. Reachable par 5 for the majority of the players in the field today, with the wind helping just a little bit off the left side. But it'll push the shots over towards those right fairway bunkers, mainly the second there, 228 metres from the tee. Green is raised up and very exposed to the elements, and also very well defended by 3 greenside bunkers and runoffs over the back, which will likely collect a few balls today with that back hole location, a massive 32 paces from the front of the green. You can say just playing a little bit under its average today, perhaps due to the tricky pin spot there, Jane.
Yes, it's a very different green than the old green, that's for sure.
That's a good one too. About that wayward 1 and 6 by the look of it.
Yeah, you can see it bounding past GA Shin. She's averaged this week 260 off the tee, so more than adequately long.
So before Clyburn, can Hai Jin Choi continue her hot streak?
I'm going to say yes. No, I was wrong. Put the commentator's curse on her, Quentin.
She's still our leading amateur.
Just carried a tad much pace, really,
Next
for the
best,
line that she chose.
sorry, Jane, next best amateur, by the way, is the West Aussie Hannah Green, who is even par for the tournament, 1 under today. So Hai Jin Choi clearly 7 ahead of the nearest amateur colleague. She stays 5 back.
It's like the baby-faced assassin, isn't she?
She was really the only player that challenged Lydia Ko on the final day in New Zealand as well, and played with such maturity out there.
She can carry the right-hand trap, the first one, but not the second one. This is going right.
And is going into the bunker. And that is unfortunate when you're chasing.
Well, Jane, I'm about to let you introduce a club that you're a member of.
Oh, well, that's very sweet. Well, I have to mention Jane Geddes. Great to see Jane Geddes playing on our Legends Tour over in the States now. 2 wins over at Palm Meadows, and we were all pretty glad that it came to the Royal Pines Resort. I was lucky enough to win it twice, 92 and 96. But Laura Davies 3 times, Arnica what can you say about Arnica? But the great Kari Webb, 8 wins here. It's just absolutely sensational.
And in professional golf, that's tied with Sam Snead as the one event, or basically the 2 instances where one player has won the same event 8 times.
Yeah, it's just tremendous. And it's always attracted, you know, Bob Toohey has always invited some of the world's best players. You know, Yanni Sen at an early age, Lorena Ochoa came at an early age, and it's been wonderful to see so many of these great players start here and really sort of see their development throughout their careers.
Yeah, it's an investment in the next generation as well, isn't it? And then you have those stories where you say, I remember when I saw her and she was just a 14, 15-year-old, and she went on to be an incredible world player.
Jie Shin yet to win here despite 3 previous top 10s, one of them a second behind Kari, and people might be wondering why Webb's not here this week. It's just an unfortunate schedule clash because Webb's the Australian number 2 at the moment, desperate to get to the Rio Olympics, so she's opted to play the more higher credentialed LPGA event in Thailand. Really heartbroken that she couldn't play here with the switcheroo in weeks. Generally this is before the Australian Open, but Kari just so desperate. She knows that she's probably got a 90-odd rankings gap buffer to the Australian number 3, but doesn't want to threaten anything taking away that Olympic dream.
Yeah, no, it's very important for Kari, as we're watching right now. Katie Burnett, who hit a shot in the water and had to take a drop. Now this will be her 4th shot to this back right hole location. But at the moment, Minjee Lee and Kari Webb are looking like pretty good locks. You've also got the International Crown on the US Tour that Australia is in like the last position to qualify for, so they need to keep moving up the world rankings. This is not a bad play from Katie, but needed to land at another 5 or 6 steps on.
Well, let's get back to our last group. Brett, I'm sure the galleries and excitement's building as we're about to make the turn on the Sunday.
Certainly good crowds out here this afternoon, Quentin, and rightly so, because the quality of golf from this last group has been fantastic. There's some drama out here for sure. Unfortunately, Holly won't be playing next, but that's GA playing. This is a layup for her, definite 3-shotter, and well done. That's in prime position. And next to play will be Camille, and I suggest a layup for her as well, just too far back at 235. And Holly's found the fairway trap and a bit close to the lip as well, so she'll be laying back probably in the 120-metre mark, as we would expect. She's taken quite a while. She's been noted for her deliberate preparation.
Look behind you, Brett.
Look
behind you to your right. Jie Shin.
Oh, she's cheeky.
Pressure on a Sunday. 44-time winner. No, this seed. I'm just going to enjoy playing some great golf.
She's a character, that one. Every time, Brett, I'd be out there commentating, she'd run across a fairway and to say g'day. She's just a very personable young lady.
Yeah, and the crowds are really warming to that as well, Jane.
Yeah. I think Camilla's finally ready to go.
Well, not quite, just a little longer, but she's decided she can't reach the green in 2, so the best place to be is, you know, that comfortable distance back, so she's not an awkward little 50 or 60 metres away. So she'll probably leave this her preferred distance, which is probably around the 100-metre mark, for her 3rd shot.
Yeah, you want to leave some distance that you can get some spin on the ball, because this green is very firm and runs away from you as well, that back part of the green.
Hit it over to the left, which is a great spot to be.
Yeah.
And, yeah, very straightforward approach for her 3rd shot.
Good, smart play. There's so much trouble to get in around this green, I think, unless you're really confident that you can land something on there softly.
Holly's ball's lying well. She's made good contact.
Better, better.
Ooh, that looks like it might have hopped into the bunker. We'll have to wait and see. But if that happened, that would not be good, as we saw from Sri Sawang.
We'll leave Brett in our last group for a moment as they approach the green at 9. Now, Suchia Chung Outward 34. 6 under for the tournament and 6 back. Their approach to 10.
We can't forget that this young lady's just 18 years of age. On an LET tournament as an amateur, Alison, and you know, another superstar in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. I had my eye on her from the get-go after that win in Jarmen, and played with her actually at Royal Melbourne last year. And she is so impressive, tee to green. That one just getting away from her though.
Brock Larson. Just a beautiful, solid, fundamentally sound golf swing. If she could get her putting.
For the flat blade.
Yes, if she could get her putting to match her ball striking, watch out.
Yeah, I often say that Nicole and perhaps Mel Reid have the 2 best swings on the LET. I could sit on the range and watch them all day long.
Now Sri Sawang. Another lovely shot.
Interesting spin.
Yeah,
Almost
haven't seen
looked
that
like
kind of side spin before.
looks like we need to be commentating a snooker tournament with that side spin there on the ball. So a bit of inclement weather up on the hinterland. It'll be nice and cool up there. What a wonderful part of the world it is. It's amazing to think, you know, half an hour drive inland from the beaches and the suntan. You can come and take in the vistas of the hinterland here on the Gold Coast. It's a good view for Jie Shin. She knows what it looks like from the top. Can she stay there? She looks very relaxed. How about being able to just joke with the camera going down 9?
Yeah, well, for a lot of us, we haven't actually seen a lot of Jie Shin for the last 2 years since she kind of, you know, crept back into Asia. 7 wins over there in those last 2 years, but it almost looks like she's like Jie 2.0. You know, she even looks different, and she's come out. She's not wearing her white pants anymore, but she looks so impressive this week.
And she has got in the bunker there, Holly Clyburn. We just weren't 100% sure, but just trickled in by the looks, Brett.
Indeed, Quentin, and it is lying well, but it has its complications. It's the ball's well below her feet because she'll be standing with her feet outside of the bunker. The tough thing to do here is to stay down through the shot. Very easy to catch it thin. 100 metres left. It's low and hot.
So real work for Holly Clyburn to do to save par there. She's got an up and down to stay at 9 under from the back of the green.
Yeah, she actually did a really good job there of keeping her head still, but it's just a difficulty 10 shot, so she actually did well to get it in the vicinity of the pin, but as you said, it's going to be a tricky up and down.
Now the machine, GA. A little heavy off the club.
Pretty safe home. And a long birdie putt. And you can see that she's not entirely happy with that. Perhaps just a little flabby, not getting the contact she was hoping for. So the galleries realising that the last group is the place to be, circling around our last trio on 9. If you're just joining us, you're joining us at the right time. The back 9 on the Sunday of the Ladies Masters for 2016, and the former world #1 is the testing material. Here's the closest challenger, the 27-year-old world number 239, coming in this week, Camilla Lennart.
And Quentin, the breeze is just about completely dropped at the moment. Extraordinary. Mustn't go long or miss the green right.
Well, she spends a lot of time in her pitching, and was nicely judged there. You see, aimed just a little bit to the left, but then held the club face open, and those two moves will balance each other out.
Back to Suchia Chung. This 10th green can be really treacherous.
Yeah, the pin's in a pretty friendly position today. It's a relatively straightforward bunker shot. You see, it's just so hard to control your spin out here at Royal Pines. The grain and the slope around the greens these days, after the redesign by Graham Marsh, much more challenging.
Plenty of the rooms at the Royal Pines Resort have a view across the layout here, and you can see the Carrara Football Stadium, and you can also see the 9th green.
Yeah, well, I looked at the first tee this morning. I was sending kind of smoke signals with my pillow, which was good luck to Hannah Burke, who was out there playing early with Emily Christine Pedersen. And, well, they said they couldn't really see who it was, but they knew what it meant.
So the 4th here. Still a lot of golf to play, but it'd be a real fillip if Clyburn could prevent any damage here. Needs to grip. So that back for her 5 to stay at 9 under.
We have Nontaya Srisawang for her birdie at the 10th. Not a whole lot of movement in this part of the green. It's a small valley between the two plateaus. Just centimetres away.
So that to stay 9 back at 3 under. Well, 9 back as it stands. It might be 10 back if Jie Shin can roll in another birdie here.
Yeah, you'd have to think that Holly's going to be kicking herself if her par putt doesn't go in as well. A reachable par 5 for her, and just, you know, when you walk away with a reachable par 5 with a bogey, that's at least a shot and a half back to the field, and you just can't afford to be making those kind of mistakes going into the final 9 holes on Sunday.
We'll leave them for a moment. Are the yips still there for the Dane? Yep. Oh dear. Tee to green, such a talent, but unfortunately the Royal Pines undulations of these renovated greens are getting into the brain of the Dane.
Yeah, well, when her ball striking's on and her putting's on, she's a 65 player. I don't think I've seen anyone shoot 65 more than Nicole in the past 12 months. But putting is not her forte today. Down the slope here for GA.
To make it 3 birdies in 4 holes and a 2-shot lead. Trickling. Oh, it was on target. But she'll take her 5 to remain at 12 under. Still our tournament leader. The former world #1 goes to the back 9 on the Sunday in front.
So take a look here at the amateur Hai-Jin Choi for her birdie on 11. This one to get to 8 under. It just never looked like it had the right pace or the right trajectory, really. That one took a bit of a bump, didn't it? A little bouncy on the way there. Looked good in the air, though, Quentin.
Yes, a little bit of a bumpy ride along these pristine surfaces. Now this would be some kind of moment for Camilla Lennart. We've seen Jie Shin pull out the ace, figuratively speaking, on the front 9. Can Lennart show that she's got a card or 2 to play to join Shin in the lead? Firm stroke, but wrong line.
Yeah, it's an interesting part of the green because you've got a few competing slopes fighting against each other. And you can see also the change in grain out there. You know, some dark patches, some shiny patches, and that's an indication of which way the grass is growing, either into you or away from you, and that can affect the pace of the putt as well. Let's look at the world number 105. Expect to see her bust inside that top 100 mark, perhaps within the next few months. Suchia Chung for her par. Oh, in the back door. And a little fist pump there from the 18-year-old.
Well, after her journey to here and her two playing partners taking 5, this would be an excellent 5 if Clyburn can tidy up. Oh, well played. That's a little get out of jail free card for Holly Clyburn there. Yeah, it's not how, but how many.
Yeah, she's turned that situation from a bad one into perhaps even a half shot gained on her competitors there just because of that turnaround.
So she's 3 behind her playing partner, Jie Shin, who leads the other of that group of 3, Camilla Lennart, by 1. Clyburn at 9 under, and Nicole Brock-Larsen. She's got the ability if she can get the flat blade going late in the Ladies Masters.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Brantz. Great to have you with us for our continuing coverage of the RACV Ladies Masters here at Royal Pines on the Gold Coast. Alongside me, 2-time Masters champion Jane Crafter. We are here on the final day, and wow, it's really exciting and tight at the top of that leaderboard, but Jie Shin, former world number 1, just patiently holding on to that top spot.
Yeah, she certainly is, just making a couple of birdies to let the other players behind her know that I have all the experience and I have all of the things, all of the tools that I need to keep myself just ahead of you. But I think the back 9 is going to be very interesting as we see Camilla Lennart from Sweden. She's already 3 under and just 1 behind GA. But Holly Clyburn and Nicole Brock-Larsen can't afford to let GA get much further away with just 9 holes left to go in this Australian Ladies Masters, Steph.
Indeed, and Brock-Larsen being let down by her short game currently.
Yes, her putting really less than adequate, and Camilla Lennart, I thought she might make that last birdie putt after a lovely approach, but alas not. But I would say I think Jie Shin's going to keep her nose ahead, just very steady, very patient, very relaxed, and the other players are going to have to start to perhaps press just a little bit, see if they can't use their length to attack on the back 9.
Just to update those who've just joined us, the conditions at the moment, Jane, it's still hot out there. There is a breeze, not quite as blowy as yesterday, and a little bit of rain around. Do you think it's affecting play at all?
No, I don't think the rain is affecting play, and the breeze is certainly less than the strong wind that it was yesterday. So I think it's set up really for a great back 9.
All right, let's find out. We'll go back to the commentary box with Quentin Hull and Alison Whitaker.
Thank you, Stephanie. Jane, and perhaps a little bit more rain coming. It looks a great scene there at the moment. A few ripples on the lakes around Royal Pines, but certainly the gale conditions of yesterday are behind us. It's still tricky with the pressure of the last 9 and a big title on the line. It's the great point of any golf tournament. The last 9 on the last day. The Sunday of the 2016 Ladies Masters sees us with 4 main contenders. The current LET Players Player of the Year, Power. But can she find the touch on the green? Brock-Larsen, or will it be Holly Clyburn? One of our leaders late yesterday before a slip-up, but she's in the last group along with Camilla Lennart, who's been top 10 here the past 2 years. The Swede, will it be a cool Sunday for her here at Royal Pines, or can the former world number 1 Jie Shin, a 3-time top 10 finisher here, finally claim the title on the coast? Shin at 12, Lennart at 11, Clyburn at 9 and Brock-Larsen at 8 under, and maybe even the 16-year-old Hai-Jin Choi can continue her great form as we get to the iconic 10th hole with our leader.
today. And, oh, beautiful. Tricky tee shot, but she's played it very well.
Seems so composed. We'll leave her there for the moment and go back to Suchia Chung.
It's a very attackable hole location here on the 11th today. Just over in the middle left section of the green. That's another one she's missed just short right. She did that on the previous hole, had to make up and down. That one might cling to the surface. But not her finest.
Wind gusting a little off the left now. Just complicating this tee shot just a little. Easy to lose it on the breeze out to the right, but no, this is a good strike.
For Clyburn, as it looks like Lennart's going for a comfort break. The fellow Scandinavian. Ooh, not happy. Never leaves you wondering, does she?
No, her body language is always very indicative, and that's often her miss in pressure situations, particularly with her irons. Sometimes she loses a few left with her woods, but mainly short right with the irons there. That'd be a tricky up and down for Nicole Brock-Larsen.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 for this group. All great tee shots, up 10.
A bit more of an attacking line from Clyburn, it looked like there. So it looks good for our last group as they stride up the 10th fairway. If you're just tuning in and want to get a feel for how your favourite player went today, rolling through them, bottom of screen. Tee shot used to be just to left of screen as you see it. Come on, Camilla, you've got to just revel in this moment. You've been here on the Sunday previously. Today's your big chance. Bit different to G.A. Shin a moment ago, where she was almost taunting Brett to say, come on, you know, put the camera on me, not on him. I'm the golfer.
I thought she was going to pick up the camera for a second, GA, but yeah, we have, you know, all sorts of personalities out here this week. She prefers to let her golf do the talking, Camilla.
Ahead to the 11th green. So Brock-Larsen, Shrissawang and Chung in this group. Our third last group. Chung 2 under for the day, 6 back at 6 under. Brock-Larsen 3 under for the day, 4 back at 12 under. And Shrissawang 2 over for the day, 3 under for the tournament.
Really important, as Jane and I were saying earlier, just to make sure that the bottom of your wedge bottoms out on these shots, particularly on Bermuda grass. Have a nice neutral chipping action. Make sure you don't dig that leading edge in. It just shows how difficult it is around the greens. Even, you know, straightforward chips become tricky out here. There's very grainy grass, hard to predict, you know, the grain around your ball, but also on the green as well. There's so many calculations.
The view from the top of the Royal Pines Resort. Great to see a good gallery trickling along the cart path there. It's looking a bit gloomy out to the hinterland. That might have its little hand to play as we get to the stretch here.
Well, it's certainly, the wind is coming from over that direction.
Oh, and that's an ominous look in the distance, Brett.
Oh, the clouds are high.
You've been
They're very
optimistic
high.
all day about the weather, haven't you?
I'm not worried about the rain at all.
I'd be worried about the lightning, considering you're strapped up out there.
I'm sure you'll let me know.
Oh, we don't want a warning siren, because it is a very prominent and regular feature of golf at this venue, which also hosts the men's PGA, and we've seen delays over the years in both events. Hopefully that's a fate that's going to not fall on us here today.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So it'll be Camilla first to play from 112 metres, and a very generous hole location here on 10, right in the front of the green, and a little collection area. It'll feed in off the left, and there's another mound on the right and behind the flag that'll just use a little backstop as well. So they can afford to be aggressive here. Just a good solid 9-iron for Camilla. Start at left of the flag and let the breeze move it back to the stick. Go.
Gives herself a chance.
GA next to play, 105 metres. Also a 9-iron. Not a full 9-iron. This will be a controlled. Watch the length of the backswing here, just a little short of horizontal.
She gives herself a chance as well. Which putt's the preferable, Ali?
I always prefer an uphill putt. I think it's perhaps a little bit easier to get it started online on slightly grainier greens.
Su Chia Chung, this is for her birdie to move to 7 under on 11. Gee, looks good. Great effort from there. Happy to take 2 putts from that range, and pretty dead for her to remain at 6 under. Now Clyburn.
Pitching wedge. Oh, this is forgettable.
Yeah, not the worst home, but for a player of her ability, she'll be disappointed.
And it's going to be a treacherous putt for Holly as well, up over that left plateau on the 10th. It's up ahead on the 11th for par. Oh, another great up and down from Nicole Brock-Larson. She's made a few really clutch par saves, and you can see it from the momentum change there. She needed it.
She needs to stand over birdie putts and think this is for par.
Yeah.
Because she misses a few of the tiddlers. No trouble here for the playing partner Srisha Wang, so she remains at 3 under. Yes, unfortunately, it seems if she gets the putt and think, oh, here's to take a shot on the field. But to stay in contention, she's rolled in some beauties, as you say, Alison. So our last group approaching the 10th green, Shin, Lennart, Clyburn, all there with birdie putts, but our top 2 with the best 2 chances there. So the majority of our players on the front page under par today, much kinder conditions, better scoring today. And Catherine Kirk's the best of the Australians, 1 under par.
Well, I consider my trip up to the Gold Coast theme parks one of the highlights of my childhood, but I know a lot of the players this week head down to Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary to get their fix of koala cuddles and kangaroos during the tournament. This is such a great place to bring a family. You can feed the dolphins at SeaWorld, visit Tiger Island or Dream World perhaps, or even hit the slides at Wet n Wild if you're feeling a little bit more daring. really has something for everyone up here. High fives even from the Tigers. Absolutely incredible spot.
We'll come and see the sport. Golf, the Gold Coast Suns AFL team, the Gold Coast Titans National Rugby League team, among a couple of the prominent sporting fixtures of this part of the world.
Yeah, the Quicksilver Pro next week as well, a little further south. So there's very exciting things happening around this part of the world.
And that's the home stadium of the Suns and the 2018 Commonwealth Games. The Nerang River, the Carrara Sports Ground and the Royal Pines Resort, all in close confines here. Here's our last group. They're on the 10th green, and a long putt for Holly Clyburn to try and get one closer. She's 3 back behind G.A. Shin.
This is diabolical here, Quentin. She's got a big ridge that runs diagonally across the line of the putt from left to right. She's got to start it way right and let it die down that ridge. Ooh, easy.
Well, not all that bad for pace, but she needed to ride that ridge, ride that top plateau just a little bit longer before it came down to the left. But a lot of undulation on this 10th green.
The 16-year-old.
Well, she's gone for it in 2, ended up just a little bit short. And that one will remain a little bit short there for Hai Jin Choi.
That to get to 8 under. Oh, that rain is definitely going to get us at some point.
It looks like it's going to be a reasonably heavy shower.
Oh, I can just see the first trickles coming down, Jane. Now Lennart to join Shin at 12 under.
Now this putt should break to her right. This grip reminds me a little bit of Bernhard Langer. As we can see the raindrops start to fall.
Oh, that looks a little nasty now with that wind and rain coming in. So for the time being, she stays 1 back, but G.A. Shin has the chance to go to 13 under on the 10th green, as that rain has indeed reached us at Royal Pines. Very sticky day. Seemed inevitable that we would get some precipitation, and indeed it's arrived.
Well, let's hope it doesn't last too long. I don't think GA will need her sunnies on for very long. Get things dry there. But just going back to this 10th green, a lot of very severe undulation here on this green. The flag today is in this little low sort of saddle as we look over at the resort, at the hotel. And a lovely spot to stay, without question. But G.A. Shin, as you can see, is in that lower part, so she's done her job. She's gotten it on the correct level. And now this putt should break from her right to left slightly, be reasonably speedy, not overly fast.
Little sprinkling helps to slow down these treacherous greens.
Caddy is allowed to stay there momentarily and then must remove the shelter as the player plays the ball.
For a lead of 2. Brilliance. She started again. G.A. Shin answering all questions on the Sunday at Royal Pines. 13 under, 2 ahead. It looks so good down the journey.
It gives her caddy a high five, a little knuckle. Kept her head beautifully still, stroked it all the way to the hole, held the finish, and she knew it was in about a foot from the hole. And the 27-year-old from South Korea, plying her trade in Japan. Big smile.
What a weekend she's putting together.
It's impressive, very, very impressive, and just so steady.
Not a bogey since 13 on Friday.
Well, that's played as the hardest hole, so, you know, she's excused for having one there. Now putting pressure, applying the pressure to the chasers. Can Holly Clyburn, she must make this one if she's to keep any hopes alive. Let's have a look and see if she manages to keep her head still. She does have a tendency to rock her head back when she strikes the ball, so if she can keep that head nice and still, I think she has a good chance. Yeah, a little bit of a Lorena Ochoa move there, a little bit of a dip of the head going back, but nevertheless manages to sneak it in the right-hand side.
Well, this is for the birdie of Hai-Jin Choi. Just coming up short of the green here on 12th, chipping to here, and this to get to 8 under par. Well, I think she dialed the wrong postcode in on her GPS there.
I think so. She looked very confident with her line, but clearly a complete misread.
So that to stay at 7 under as the weather just turns a little sour for the time being as the contenders go down the back 9 to complete the 2016 Ladies Masters, and it will take a hell of catching from Lennart Clyburn or Brock Larson if they are to stop Jie Shin from claiming this title, one that's evaded her to this point in her illustrious career. Outright 6th on that leaderboard is Su Chia Chung, just outside the top 100 in the world rankings. A lot of players getting home in 2 at the 12th. Oh, and that's a favourable bounce.
Well, maybe she took up her membership here last night, because that's certainly a member's bounce, isn't it?
Well, you would never have expected that. I would have thought that would have that little kick right into the bunker, but lucky break there. You've got to make all the most of those, Brett, as we look at Shin.
Yeah, just a little squall blew through Quentin, but it's gone now, and the breeze has dropped a fraction as well.
Came off of that one. That looks like it's headed right. Might pick up the fairway. No, just into the light rough.
No trouble there. Flag's over on the left today, Jane.
Yeah, you can't afford to miss this fairway left. There's a lot of bunkers there. Well, let's have a little bit of a closer look at this hole. 362 metres, 207 metres to carry that little bunker that sits out there that juts into the fairway. Fairly narrow landing area, but most of the players can carry that easily if it's not a gale into them like it was yesterday. This hole played very difficult. But a tricky green that is obscured from view by this short bunker just short of the green, and then also this little high bunker in the front to a green that runs away from the player from the front to the back. And left-hand hole location today.
Yeah, surprising to see that there aren't any birdies out there today. We saw a lot of balls over collecting on that left side where the hole is today, so surprising. Perhaps we'll see one in the final group.
Yeah, Camilla shouldn't be bothered by the bunkers today. She flew them yesterday into a stronger wind.
Yeah, lovely shot. Still a little bit of rain about. Almost got a marshal.
Yeah, nice little dance move there on the left side. The marshals here are so great this week. I had Kingy drive me into Broadbeach last night, and he said he was doing a 12-hour shift. Quite incredible, really, from the volunteers.
Yes, I've known many of these volunteers for a very, very long time. 25 years here at Royal Pines as we look at Jie Shin as atop the leaderboard. See if Holly Clyburn can start to climb her way back up. 4 shots behind right now.
Oh, very solid contact, and that's headed up the right half of the fairway. That's ideal.
Well, she's averaged 276 off the tee this week. A good 30 yards past Jie Shin. Trouble is she's 4 shots behind.
Yeah, the exciting thing about, you know, a player like Holly Clyburn is that you know that she can make eagles as well. So, you know, 4 shots, if GA gives up a few, maybe a bit of a leapfrog is a potential, but GA looks pretty solid right now.
Yeah, she does. And also with a little bit of inclement weather coming in, I think the experience and the steadiness and the patience of GA could win out. Beautiful view from the top of Royal Pines Resort, but a little damp out there right now. Now this is a very, very tricky shot here for Nicole Brock-Larson. Tight lie, lob wedge. Well, she had a little bit of green to work with, so certainly not as difficult as it could have been. That's very well done.
It's very grainy down there in that front right portion as well. I was over there for the Pro-Am, Jane, and had to take 3 different clubs down with me, a hybrid, a 6-iron and a wedge, and it took me a little while to work it out, but didn't take Nicole that long at all.
No, there's many different ways of playing these shots depending on how much green you have to work with, how much of the rough area that you have to carry, as we look at Nantaya Srisawang, who's just flag high, maybe a tad past here at the 12th. She could conceivably bounce it into the hill, but with a bit of breeze she could also fly it all the way there. Let's see what she's chosen. Well, she has opted to fly it all the way there, but clearly the wrong club and certainly wrong execution. That needed to have a little more elevation, more spin on it.
Yeah, on that left side, you're almost better off being in the bunkers because you can generate a little bit of spin, but that is a valley of sin down there.
Valley of death. I don't know about sin. You don't want to be there. There's a few areas around this golf course, I think, Ali, that you just put a big cross on your yardage book. You go, I can't afford to miss it here.
Yeah, and there's some great pins coming up on the back 9 as well that'll tempt a few balls towards the water hazards as we head towards the 11. Brett's down there with GA Shin.
Yeah, she's a long way back here, Alison. Miss hit the tee shot as well as was a little wayward, so we better alert the press about that one. She's missed a fairway. Let everyone back in Korea know she's missed one. It's really the first glimpse of anything going wrong in her game. She's just been rock solid. But back to the shot she has left. Ball above her feet, and the grass is a little damp, so she might not be able to get the spin that she would normally get out of this light rough.
Do you think, Brett, that the play might be just to land it between that large bunker that kind of guards the front left of the green? She's got some room to bounce it up if, you know, if she has the right angle.
I think she's got to fly it all the way there, Jane.
Okay, okay.
Back into the breeze slightly, a little off the right. Hard to make yourself aim far enough right, just to allow for the ball above her feet.
I think that might have caught the front.
Yeah, I was a little
bunker.
surprised to see her take iron. I thought she might have needed hybrid from back there. She's really, that's a mental error.
Yeah, because most of the trouble's in the front there at 11 as we look at Su Chia Chung, Chinese Taipei. Well, that never had enough speed.
No, she'll have that left to get to 7 under par. Not taking advantage of that members bounce we saw earlier. What an important time for Holly Clyburn to try and change her momentum. The next 2 or 3 holes I feel like are really pivotal for her to pick up a few shots and keep herself in the race.
Yeah, I think the time is now. With GA in a little trouble, this would be a great time to knock it in there close. Set up a potential 2-shot swing. Very crisp contact.
Okay. Maybe not her best, but it's on the dance floor.
Nantaya Srisawang here for her birdie. Outside chance after tricky pitch shot.
Yeah, the green's rolling at 11 on the stimp meter, and very nice shape, Tiff Eagle Bermuda.
Great angle into the flag from 133. Starts it right, but it's not coming back.
She didn't really release the club well there at all.
No,
that was a great opportunity there, Ali, really, to knock it in tight and put some pressure on GA.
She has a tendency to get a little open with her hips and just get ahead of the ball a little bit, which is a club face opening phenomenon. And then that one just leaking out to the right on 11. So we head up to the 12th. Can Chung make birdie? She can. And that will get her up to 7 under par. Always important to take advantage of these par 5s here, particularly on the back 9.
Yes, 3 of them on the back 9, 12, 15 and 18. So look at Nicole Brock-Larsen. Very nice birdie there. So she's up to -9 after a little bit of a suspect start.
Well, it's important for her to keep her composure on the back 9, because she is another player that is able to throw out the odd eagle here and there.
Absolutely, and we've seen albatrosses on number 12, Mariana Skarpnord, with a 2 on number 12. So, gosh, Ali, anything can happen.
How about a little albatross and then you're just 1 off the lead? Sounds pretty tasty to me.
It certainly does, but as we look at the leaderboard here, GA Shin with the 2-shot lead over young Swede Camilla Lennart, Nicole Brock-Larsen, and looking pretty solid. So I think if Larsen and Lennart can start to put a bit more pressure on GA Shin, this is a very crucial shot, Brett.
Certainly is, Jane, but it's one of the more straightforward bunker shots you can get around this course. You can find yourself in some pretty horrid positions, but this is not overly difficult. It's lying well, not a high lip, plenty of green to work with, and it does slope from the shoulder of the bunker down towards the hole. So she's got a few options. She could fly it well back and check it up, or just flop it out and let the slope take it down to the hole.
Well, she's 4 for 4 out of bunkers so far this week, so see if she can make it 5 for 5. Not her best effort.
Yeah, that's a C minus.
Yep.
As we head up to the Georgian on 12, Katie Burnett. This is her second into the reachable par 5. Oh, will it? I think it won't.
Such a sharp rise there from the fairway up to the green. Hard to run it up there.
Yeah, it's just such a massive slope, isn't it? You can barely see the tops of their hats when they're down the front on the 12th. As we look up to the 11th, a little bit more rain coming our way, it seems.
Goodness. Oh, that's a shame. You know, the galleries certainly don't enjoy the rain, and you know the players are not too fond of it either.
Well, that's the best thing about this golf course, is there's a few very hearty Moreton Bay figs for you to stand underneath. Right. Not too much rain gets through those.
It's a great view there from the raindrops. Good work of our cameramen. Hardy souls out there in the heat and the rain. Now, going to need a hardy soul to negotiate this putt. If she can get this within a metre of the hole, she's going to have done very well. she's crushed it.
Well, that one needs to simmer down a little bit.
Wow. That is, you can't afford to do that when you're chasing. There's difficult conditions at the moment for these players. Gusty breezes yesterday. Actually, it was more than a gusty breeze. It was just a gale force winds. In America, they would call that a small craft advisory. You shouldn't be out on the waters in a small boat, let alone on a golf course. But yeah, it was very difficult yesterday, and not horrible this morning, but certainly getting a lot worse this afternoon.
Well, I think our cameraman above the building needs a few windscreen wipers. He's getting pelted up there.
Yeah, he needs a medal, I think. Yeah, we see this.
Right
Thanks,
on
mate.
cue.
Good job. We've seen a few of these showers over the years, and usually they don't last too long, unless it's the remnants of a cyclone, which is what we're actually on the edge of. So, okay, now back to the golf.
This is Clyburn for birdie. Just to get her to 10 under par. Putting a little pressure back on Shin.
Oh, and she's given this a rip as well. Must be something in that putt that just completely fools them. Now, they know it's uphill, but I think sometimes, Ali, when the greens are newly wet, it sometimes sort of hydroplanes. The ball, you think it's going to be really slow, but it gets up on that top of that wet grass, and there's no friction, and it just keeps going.
It's almost, you know, like skimming rocks a little bit. It just skims along the surface of it. Yeah. There is also that little, you know, fall away area. You know, it's a few paces away from where the hole location is, but perhaps coming into play a little bit over on the left side of 11.
Now we saw Katie Burnett just come up short in 2. See if she can knock it in tight. Now it starts to just trundle away just a little bit. And Katie Burnett hanging tough, 1 over for the day, 5 under for the tournament. But she's 8 shots behind as we look now at the current leader. And Alison, wouldn't this be, well, this would serve notice if she could knock this one in.
Yeah, this one's a real door closer, and she's not had a bogey on her card since the 13th on Friday. And I'm sure she's not looking to break that streak right now. See what she can do.
Well, we were obscured from view by Joe Morley's umbrella, but so close. Okay, so the streak is broken. Jie Shin now drops to 12 under for the championship.
Well, things are starting to get a little bit interesting out here on the back 9.
Ai-Jin Choi, our leading amateur.
Well, where is this one going? Is it coming back? No. We've seen a couple of putts of Choi.
Is that off tape? No, that's live. The rain has gone.
Well, they just sort of breeze through, don't they? Well, hopefully that's enough of that. We'll keep the rain in the hills and the hinterland and let the players play in calmish, sunny conditions for the rest of the way. Oh, big putt for Lennard.
She's
yes.
made some awesome saves.
She really has, and I give her all credit. Just kept her composure, kept her concentration and her focus, not got flustered or angry at herself. Big lesson to all the youngsters out there watching.
Yeah, there's a lot you can learn out here with the differing personalities on the golf course.
Well, there's always some people who really need to release that energy and that emotion, but Sometimes it can be a detriment. For par. Okay.
So it's Shin by 1. Ahead of Lennart and Clyburn. 3 back. And Nicole Brock-Larson is also still close enough. She's a hole ahead. Hai-Jin Choi, perhaps 7 under at this point is too far back. Certainly she needs to knock this down. And she does. So remains at 7 under. One of the real highlights of the day, her Eagle 2 at 8. So perhaps a little bit more rain in the distance, but for the time being, things are clearer around Royal Pines. Winds dropped a little. The players will like that little drizzle on the greens just to help them control the pace a little bit better. And a little hiccup for Jie Shin. So good throughout the weekend until her bogey at the previous. So now her lead is just 1 over playing partner Camilla Lennart. Brock-Larson at 4 under for the day. Hai-Jin Choi 4 under for the day. And Van Dam did card a 6 under 67, and that is the best completed round of the day. So she finished at 2 under for the tournament. That featured an eagle on 12 for the Dutch woman. Now the 13th, tough par 4, out to the southern extremity of the course.
Well, this hole has played so far this week as the most difficult, averaging 4.44 through the first 3 rounds, and the hardest green to hit. But Antaya Srisawang is in good position to approach this front right hole location. But alas, a pull, and that's going to... Well, it stays on the green. I thought that might roll off, but that's going to be a tough putt to get down in 2 from there.
The American Burnett to move to 6 under. Oh dear. Stood up on it pretty quickly. So a missed opportunity there for Burnett to inch a little closer, perhaps not to the main prize, but to a bigger chunk of prize money, and the 22-year-old Danes found the sand. Oh, and that's a nasty looking position in the bunker, Jane. Oh, for a moment I thought that was her ball to the left, so there's 2 in the bunker in that group. That's the kinder of the 2.
Yes, this is much less difficult. Still going to be a challenge, though. You must hit it nice and crisply, because there's a very sharp rise at the front of this green. You've got to carry. But she's got the strength and the golf swing to manage that. A little bit of a pull as well, but all in all, from that position, anything on the green, Quentin, really pretty good.
So it's Sucha Chung who's got that very difficult lie in that bunker, but we'll leave them there for the moment. Brock-Larson needs something to happen pretty quickly if she is to challenge our leader, Jie Shin. Our last group is on the 12th. It's a hole which has provided a chance for a lot of players to pick up shots, and really tough assignment here. What's your advice, Jane, for young Sucha Chung here?
Just make sure that you get it over the lip. That is the #1 goal here. She's got a very difficult lie. The ball is below her feet. And yes, I think a good idea to change clubs. Make sure you've got enough loft to carry that knoll that comes out from the bunker.
Her man on the bag this week, no success at the Ladies Masters. Will Swift from the UK was on the bag when Cheyenne Woods won a couple of years ago.
That's right. I thought I recognised him.
Very nice guy. Good to see him back in Australia.
A shot of, I'd say, about 140, 145 metres here for the young lady from Chinese Taipei, but Got to make good contact. Make sure you get it up. Always looked a little left. Yeah, bunker to bunker.
Nasty.
Yeah, well, you can see why it's playing as the most difficult hole. Tee shot's demanding, but the second shot equally as demanding.
Now, Hai-Jin Choi. What a summer in the Southern Hemisphere she's had.
Beautiful golf swing for a young 16-year-old. Very impressive. Central hole location today. Very firm green. So difficult to hold. Down breeze, and that's really the narrowest part of the green. Really, you have only about a metre or two that you have to land in.
It's one of the toughest greens to stop on. 14.
It is. It's very, very challenging. And as I said, Quentin, you don't have a lot of area where you have to land the ball. If you land it short, it tends to stop. And if you land it, you know, a few metres further than you should, unfortunately, most of these players down breeze really can't put enough spin on it to get the traction on these new greens. But Jie Shin looking good. But I tell you what, Camilla Lennard has really held her own. I've been very impressed with her composure, with her focus and concentration.
Here's the Scot, Pam Pretzwell. 70, 71 and 70 her rounds to this point of the tournament. So a poor start on Thursday, but it's been pretty solid since then. And that will hold. That's a lovely shot.
As you can see, just landed at barely a metre on the green. Certainly wind not as much of a factor today as it was yesterday. I don't think very many players were able to hold. Got your jacket on, Brett.
Got the Parker on.
Well, I got all negative. You know, I thought that rain come in. It was starting to... You guys were all talking about how heavy it was. I put the jacket on. Guess what?
It stopped.
Rain stopped. Camilla has hit it in the left rough here, but no real problems. Good line into the flag and 190 odd metres to go. Wait and see whether she decides to be aggressive and have a go. GA in the fairway. I think she'll be having a go from there. She's got 189 metres. But way down further, Holly Clyburn has hit the longest drive of the day here today on 12. She's only got 148 metres left. So she'll be attacking the flag, setting up eagle.
Well, it will be fun to see what these players do on the 12th, but let's have a look at it a little bit closer. Fairly short par 5, 435 metres, and players are easily getting past those fairway bunkers on the right. Just 216 metres to get past that last one. Some of the longest hitters really have to worry more about the water, but if you're in the go zone, well, you have to make a choice. Do you take on this really perched green with severe runoffs left and right? And at the back, we saw Brooke Henderson the other day have some tough luck on the back of this green. But I tell you what, it's playing under par. We've had a couple of eagles, and we've had another, which is actually an albatross.
Mariana Skarpnord.
I know.
Who had a hole-in-one at the Victorian Open at 13th Beach a couple of weeks ago. Her partner, Richard Green, made an albatross on a par 4 in a Pro-Am at that course a couple of years ago. So they've got a real low-scoring feel about that couple.
They certainly do. Now, let's see if Lennard attacks or if she's going to lay up.
No, this is just a 6 iron. Jane just laying up.
Yeah, probably not a good enough lie. You can certainly make birdie from the fairway. That's not a problem.
Nice.
Gripped like a spin bowler there. That must have hit the top of a sprinkler head, the way it deviated. Leave them for a moment.
Now we saw Hai-Jin Choi's approach here, just run over the back. Going with a putter from the fringe.
Too much juice.
Yeah. I spend a lot of time around these new greens, practicing those little shots.
That's a very ugly proposition for Chung.
Now let's see how she opts to play this. A couple of different ways you can play it. You can open the face or you can close it and really hit down on it sharply, but she's going for the open face version.
Nice touch.
Yeah, not bad at all from there. It's a little unfortunate. New greens, new sand, and sometimes they plug.
GA's having a crack.
So water on the right, so the default misses left. And indeed, this is a little too far left to make the green.
Not all that difficult a bunker shot if she's got a reasonable lie.
Is she getting wobbly, Brett? We'll just hold on that thought. Get
I
back
don't
to
think so, GA. She's still playing, pretty solid golf. I wouldn't be too worried about her at the moment.
get back to you and just see if Montaya Srisawang. Long birdie putt on 13. Good roll.
Yeah, good effort from there.
You're not trying to put the mocker on her, but just a little hiccup for our leader now, Clyburn.
Yeah, great opportunity to do something special on the last hole, and she wasn't able to pull it off. See if she can improve things here. Yeah, good solid contact. Yes, this is looking great.
Be right. Be right.
Oh, what a lovely shot. A little bit unlucky it didn't bounce up further, but a great opportunity for eagle for the young lady from England.
There's our leader. Two-time British Open champion. Her best finished here was second behind Kari Webb back in 2007, 9 years ago, and 2 times a major winner at the British Open. Now Brock Larson. This goes in, it'll give her a great push of momentum.
Settle, settle.
She's just got the shot making in her to maybe do something great if she can really get it going late now. Hyjin Choi. Oh, no.
That always looked like it was going left. Well, a little bit unlucky there for Hyjin Choi. Hit a lovely approach shot here to the 14th green. Just did not stop, and a 3-putt from the back. Yeah, disappointed.
One back at the 13th green. Sand, sand.
Yeah, let's see if she can get double sandy.
Oh, yes. Well done.
That's a heck of a 4.
Hardest hole on the course, 2 bunkers. Put the 4 in the book and say thank you very much. Big chance for Lennart here to try and dial one in.
Yeah, awkward little distance here, Quentin, 51 metres, hard to get a lot of spin.
Not much room to work with either, Brett. Oh, she's done a pretty darn good job of it, though. Well done.
Brock Larson to tidy up. Knee knocker.
Yeah, these have given her some problems.
That's better. Yeah, little fist pump. And a big sigh of relief.
She needed
Like
that one.
golfers sitting at home saying, come on, wasn't that hard? She's missed a few, though, as you said, Jane.
Now from the greenside bunker, reasonable amount of green to work with for GA. And looking like a decent lie in the bunker as well. Maybe the ball slightly below her feet. Very open stance. Just trying to splash it out.
Exceptional.
Lovely.
Wonderful touch.
Well, what I like about her action is she really picks the club up very sharply outside and really opens the face, slides that club under the ball and gets great height and trajectory on it.
Haven't seen too many birdies at 14. Oh, but Pretzel gets one down there, so well played. She'd had 2 bogeys in 3 holes running into that, so very handy 2 for Pretzel there. And maybe a little bit more dampness coming our way before our last group gets to the 72nd green. just in that crouched position almost, the tournament, about to make its telling move to decide the title winner of this year. Who will it be? Su Chia Cheng, can she hold the green on 14?
Today playing 143 metres. The hole is on 17, pretty much right in the centre. Oh, that's got no chance.
Just the 5 birdies today, so Pretzel showing us just how valuable her 2 is. And that's going to be a very tough chip. And here's the chance for the move for the Englishwoman, Holly Clyburn, for a 3 on 12. No.
Complete misread there for Holly. Just did not see the slope. Now, Brock Larson, being such a strong striker of the ball, should be able to get a little bit more height on it. See if she can land it just a couple of paces onto the front, and then she'll have a chance to hold it. Just trying to launch it high in the air. Oh, and then it stopped. That's a good shot.
It's a powerful looking swing.
It really is. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. This needs a little more work on a short game, perhaps, but...
Well, this would give Camilla Lennart a share of the lead.
Keeps those hands working together as a unit.
Not to be. Just seems like a real squall has picked up as well as she was over the ball. So she'll take a 5, stays 1 behind G.A. Shin at 11 under, but Shin has a birdie putt of her own to come on that 12th green. Camilla's not hanging around to have a look at it though. She's gone.
She's going to take some shelter. I think her caddy needs to run over there, get the umbrella, but perhaps she'll go over and... Oh, look at the ibis. Maybe an omen for G.A. Shin. Time for another birdie.
Well, they're not scared of the bad weather. Heading straight for it.
And there is some coming, goodness me. Coming from the south over the Burleigh Heads area.
And this putt to restore the 2-shot buffer for the woman that has led for the majority of the day, essentially in her own right. Shared it on a couple of occasions, but this to get back to 13 under after the bogey at 11. Oh dear, that's a mistake.
She did not expect that to break ever so slightly off to the left. Played it right in the centre, and it did break.
Yeah, we've seen a few putts just kind of hanging out on that left side on 12 now. Hai-Jin Choi's earlier, and also Holly Clyburn's.
So 2 5s with 1 player to play on 12. So Shin and Lennart missed their opportunity. This could be a little favourable turn of fortune that Holly Clyburn had been seeking. This to narrow the margin to 2. Murdered the tee shot down the right. And gets here for 3. Clyburn clings on. She moves to 10 under. She's only 2 behind our leader, G.A. Shin. As a little bit more rain comes down here. Oh, it's a nasty scene at the moment. But G.A. Shin, she's 1 ahead of Camilla Lennart, who's 1 ahead of Holly Clyburn. 1, 2, 3 are our last 3. out on the course. It looks like the title's between them, unless Nicole Brock-Larson can really get something going in her last 5 holes. Hai-Jin Choi clearly the leading amateur in the field. 6 under. The Australian Hannah Green 5 back at 1 under. And Hannah Green's just about to finish. And Green at the moment is the leading Australian at 1 under. So that's a great performance for the West Australia.
Certainly is, Quentin. Kudos to her. I think she'll be turning pro very shortly. Be interesting to see and to follow her future. Very talented young player from Perth area.
This looks like the heaviest it's been.
Yeah.
The rain.
Now this was an unlucky shot here from Chung, because it landed probably 4 paces on the green and just scampered over the back. And this is a really tough shot, Ali, with it being wet down there as well. It's no bargain.
Oh, and you can see from the way her divots are just popping up, it's obviously a little into the grain, and you can see a little water skipping off as well, so it's very hard to judge the bounce on this one.
Oh, what touch.
Oh, top shot.
She made that look easy.
I know.
She's got a very tidy short game Scarlett, as she's known out on tour.
Any reason why she picked up that nickname?
I actually don't know. Maybe just liked it.
Maybe from Gone with the Wind.
Or red
be.
one day.
Oh, this is just hammering down right now. Oh, very unfortunate.
Well, the good news is it's not a southeast Queensland thunderstorm, which carries with it the lightning that can threaten play. And we've heard the warning siren on so many Sundays here at Royal Pines. So that's not the case today, if you're wondering, because this is essentially just that the tap's been turned on above without the electricity in the atmosphere. So that's the one small grace of this turn of the weather. Clyburn in the deluge on 13. Holly Clyburn. Ooh, that took a nasty bounce for her on 13, so she's trap side again.
Did you get that?
Yeah, that's a really heavy rain coming down right now. You know, the English and the Scots hate everyone saying, well, you should be used to playing in this weather. I know they do not enjoy that. No one likes playing in the rain, but these players now, the rain gear that they have is so much more comfortable than back when I was playing. Technology really has improved, and with a good caddy on your bag, that makes a big difference as well.
Well, there's bunkers left and 1 bunker right as well. This looks like it might be headed left. Well, managed to stay on the short stuff. Lucky break there for Lennart.
Just wait for Jie Shin for a moment, because let's see if Nicole Brock-Larson can roll in a birdie here. Green softening by the moment because of the rain. Pace was pretty good. So she'll remain at -9. Here's our leader.
Looking a little anxiously, perhaps off to the right.
Oh dear.
Oh, goodness me, in the water.
It looked a little like a disjointed golf swing there, didn't it? Just like her bottom half and top half weren't quite in sync, and the plot thickens out here on the 13th hole.
It certainly does. Well, let's have a closer look, and we can see, yes, we see a splash there in the water hazard there to the right. And it's a tough driving hole. Obviously, we've said it's played as the hardest hole so far this week. And You've got bunkers left, water lurking right for anything that you might spin out of and leave that face wide open.
Add more flour. The plot thickens.
Exactly.
That's the little turn we were waiting for. The leader with an errant tee shot on 13. Now, Su Chia Chung, wonderful touch off the back to give herself an elementary hole out here. It took a little bit of a slide before going down, but does go down, and she stays 5 back. But the leaderboard, well, have a change of context about it, because Jie Shin will play 3 from the side of the water there on the par 4 13th. Lennart and Clyburn safely down the fairway. Well, certainly Lennart in good position.
Yeah, well, she went 34 holes without a bogey, and now she's staring down at her second in 3 holes.
Brett, what's the situation with Jie Shin?
Yeah, this is certainly disastrous for GA. Where the ball has crossed the margin of the hazard is on a really severe downslope. So where she drops it is going to be a terribly tricky third shot, and she's a long, long way back here. Very unfortunate these players got to this hole, hardest tee shot on the golf course, just as the rain and the wind was at its worst.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Just a bit of help from playing partner Holly Clyburn, so it's a long way home from there.
Yes, it's a very long way home from there, and you know, it's not going to be made any easier by the downslope, as Brett mentioned, and also the thickness of the grass. It's very spongy right there, and you can start to see a little bit of water collecting in the back of this 13th green. But if she could just get it up toward the front of the green, oh, that's just nestled down right outside the hazard line, so that's in play. But it's right on the edge of the line. Yeah, it's just outside, but yeah, sat down just a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the only thing she has going in her favour is that the pin's on the right side of the green, so with the ball below her stance, it'll be a little bit easier to work it left to right towards that right-hand hole location, but you'd have to think it's still at least a difficulty 8 or 9, if not more.
Absolutely.
So that's metres, of course, here in Australia.
So she'll do well, really, to get it up toward the front of the green, I think, and you know, try and get up and down from there. But she will be hitting 3.
Well, in the meantime, we head up to the 14th tee. Katie Burnett playing 143 metres to the pin today. Really need to be a little right of it, putt back towards the flag. But that is absolutely spectacular golf there from Katie Burnett, getting that to sit down quickly.
Certainly a little bit of rain helped.
Just a little bit of extra information in regards to this group. On the way to the 13th tee, they were told by the rules officials they were out of position and that they did need to catch up, and this delay won't help. So if they fall any further out of position, they'll be informed that they're on the clock.
Ball well below her feet. They have to really keep the flex in her knees. Looks like she's aiming out to the right edge of the bunker there, to the right. Then pulled across it slightly. Oh, an unfortunate bounce. Oh, turned out a good bounce.
One of each there, I think.
I thought that was going in the bunker.
Jane, that is one hell of a shot.
I couldn't agree more, mate. Tremendous effort.
Bit of yin and yang about that bounce on the way through.
Now Hai-Jin Choi here at the par 5. This is for birdie from the fringe. She just been a little bit off in her reads and also her pace. So I think this rain has really affected her.
It was a clear shot for Holly. No lip in the way, but she's dragged this left.
And that looks like a very tough proposition greenside for the Englishwoman, who's 2 behind our leader, who's in strife at this hole. So what an opportunity for Camilla Lennart here. 1 behind Shin, but prime location to approach 13.
Right.
Oh, just didn't run out. But still, in the best shape of our last 3, coming to one of the real tough assignments here at Royal Pines. Ali, this has been the hole that has really narrowed the focus. Hyjin Choi to stay at 6 under. And she rattles it in. 3 under for the day, 6 behind our leader, and clearly the leading amateur, the 16-year-old from South Korea. So Jie Shin is on the green for 3 after taking the penalty off the tee at 13. Lennart is just front fringe for 2. They're our top 2. Clyburn, well, she's got some work to do at 13, 2 from the lead.
Well, come and venture into the Gold Coast's endless playgrounds for some serious fun. What a top spot to dine, right there on the rocks overlooking some sensational surf. And the Burleigh Heads with Surfers Paradise in the background fly right in here to Coolangatta. It's a wonderful spot for families, whether you're from the domestic locations or you're visiting from all over the world, hiking in the hinterland or playing in the surf. There is always so much to do. You can even venture to Wet and Wild if you're adventurous. But I tell you what, the Gold Coast is famous for fun, and the players out here at the RACV Ladies Masters, well, they're having some serious fun as well, but it's a little bit of an adventure for them.
Things are hotting up out there at the moment, and I think we might be looking back at this 13th hole, perhaps at the end of the day, as maybe one of the pivotal moments of the back 9.
Yes, you cannot afford to lose your drive off into the water on the right. That's for sure. So Jie Shin still has the lead over Camilla Lennart.
The rain leaves us alone for the time being. Our last group is at 13. This very tough par 4, and Holly Clyburn playing 3 from the sand.
Looks like a decent lie. Longish bunker shot. Rain would have helped compact the sand, make it a little bit easier to play out of and judge. Not a bad play there from Holly.
Now the American, Katie Burnett, headed for a top 10 finish here. 1 over for the day, 5 under for the tournament, outright 7th at the moment. Really gave that a good rap. So that back for her par. Oh, the dynamic of the last group, and sometimes we see it, Jane and Ali, but often there's sometimes a fracture in the leaderboard and the groupings on the last day, but consistently today we've seen the last 3 as the top 3 on the leaderboard. It adds another little dimension. Now this is for birdie to join the lead. It'll be some putt from here.
Uphill all the way, breaking from right to left. Oh, never quite played it out high enough, but well judged for speed. Tell you what, anytime you can get away from here, Ali, with a 4, you've done well.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember having a hybrid into this, and that was on the old layout, and it certainly hasn't got any shorter this year. Very challenging par 3 right out in the back portion of this property here at Royal Pines.
Yeah, 355 metres, the 13th, but it always does play right into the teeth of that southerly, southeasterly wind as Lennart just cleans up here for par. So really, in essence, you know, these last couple of days, it's really, really long.
Well, you'd have to think that that little tap in for par there might actually, well, potentially, depending on what GA does, be for a share of the lead as well.
Interesting. She's been essentially marking a few of those, and I just wonder whether there was a little bit of byplay there from the Swede, thinking, yep, I know the leader's in a bit of strife. She's got a long one for par. I'll just get the job done, walk off the green and see how you go here. All the little jigsaw pieces that come together, the mind games of the run down to the 72nd hole.
Oh, big putt here for GA Shin. And you've got to think that job number 1 is to get it within a couple of feet of the hole, and if it happens to drop in, great. You can't afford to compound your mistake and give this one a bit of a rip.
Very well done. So that errant drive looks like it will only cost her the 1 shot, but it will be 2 bogeys in 3 holes for Shin to drop back to 11 under. Just a quick clean of the ball. She would have picked up a fair bit of grass now that it's been just had that rain on it. A bogey for Shin. She drops back to 11 under, and we have 2 co-leaders again. Before Clyburn, back to Suchat Chung. And these screens becoming a little more receptive now. Well played. This is a huge putt too for Clyburn's chances. Oh, not to be. So she will stay 2 back essentially, but miss an opportunity to narrow that gap between her and her 2 playing partners. Now, Hai-Jin Choi actually took a birdie 4 at 15, so she is 7 under for the tournament.
16th, playing 124 metres today. Oh, look at this shot. Nicely judged, just underneath the hole. Hole today on that lower level.
Brock Larson, not knowing of the drama behind her.
She must get up and down from here. Oh, that was a very poor effort.
So that for birdie, a very tough opportunity. If she gets it, she closes the gap to 1. Lennart and Shin at 11 under, along with Clyburn in our last group.
Well, let's have a closer look now at the 14th hole. Today playing 143 metres. And not quite as much wind from behind the players today as there was yesterday. Guarded on the right and the left by a couple of bunkers. A little bit of a sharp rise at the front and to a green that does slope away from you. Hole today 17 on and 14 off the left, so essentially fairly much in the centre of this green. But you don't have much space to land it if you want to stay next to the hole. Helped a little bit by the fact we've had some moisture in the last hour or so, so perhaps bred a little bit more chance without the breeze and a little water on it as well.
What a difference 20 minutes makes. Breeze has dropped completely. Rain's gone. This is high right.
And that will run away and be funneled further away by these slopes. Well, that stays in a reasonable position to be able to get up and down for Lennart. Not her best swing.
Ahead to the last of the par threes. Great tee shot from Hai-Jin Choi. Oh, and just a little too hot.
Yeah, just a few issues with the flat stick there for the young amateur. She's got a little bit of work left to do for par there as well as we head back to the 14th.
Much more forgiving this hole today. Extra water put on overnight and the few showers we've had today. This green's holding much better than it has all week. With no tail breeze, she can get this close.
Yeah, spot on. Beautiful shot. Strong striker of the ball. Should be able to come in with a lot less loft than Jie Shin now.
I mean, that's got to be one of the best shots we've seen on 14 all week. What a time to do it. Clawing her way back into the tournament.
Brock Larson with a long chance to get to minus double figures. Oh, it had a decent look too from the Dane, so not to be. She'll stay 2 back at 9 under.
Solid contact. She's staring this one down.
Oh, just unlucky. Lands right into that sharp upslope. Needed 1 more metre, Brett.
So
fine line. It's a fine line between mediocrity and brilliance.
Chung for 8 under. This would put her only 3 back, with 3 to play for her. Indeed, it goes down for Suchia Chung, who was tied for 6th here last year and is headed for a similar, if not better, finish in 2016. Perhaps there's some more rain coming a little later on, but that's in the distance. At the moment, all looks good at Royal Pines. A sprinkling of water on the greens to make them a little more receptive, with Brock Larson and Clyburn in particular needing birdies to get to our leading duo of the Swede Camilla Lennart and the former world #1 Jie Shin. The drama will continue. No Aussies on that front page of the leaderboard, but I can tell you that Hannah Green is the leading Australian, the amateur from Western Australia. She has finished with a 3 under 70 today, Hannah Green, to finish at 2 under for the tournament. If you want some more of the information on your preferred players, bottom of screen, starting to roll through. And one of the highlights of the day outside of the scoring, an albatross 2 for Mariana Skarpnord on 12. We claim her a bit as an Aussie because of her relationship with Richard Green.
Well, I think we claim her as an Aussie also because of her accent. she'll be the first person to call someone mate. And really drops her A's, a great personality out on tour, and happy to have her on our shores, particularly this week.
Certainly not the most severe of drop-offs the side of a green, but Lennart needs to find one of her better pieces of work.
Once it hits the green, should break off to the right. She just caught that just a little bit thin. Didn't quite get good contact on it, and it really skipped along.
Well, another one of those testing par putts that she's been so good at today. You just know, though, Jane, you can't keep leaving yourself those types of putts for par. They're not going to all go down.
No, they're not. And just wasn't a well-executed tee shot, and just as I said, just a little bit thin, a little bit low on the club face there. And that'll be a tester back for par, that's for sure. GA Shin a little bit unlucky to come up short. Looked like a pretty darn good tee shot, but needed 1 more metre or so of carry.
Skies have cleared, and our joint leader, GA Shin, from the front of 14, her second shot, and a birdie putt.
Sloping away from the player, should break right to left. Just ran out of a little pace to keep its line, but that's a good effort for GA Shin.
Perhaps a little bit of experience shining through there for GA as well. Not overly aggressive on a putt like that, knowing chances of making it are slim to none. Making sure she doesn't leave herself too much work to stay in the lead at 11 under par.
She's just 3 back. Sucha Chung, 3 to play. Needs something big. If she is to challenge for victory here. Oh, that's just checked at the wrong moment.
Well, I was just about to say it's an accessible hole location down on that lower left plateau. And she knew it as well.
Odds are she's going to miss one of these sooner rather than later, but she's been so solid coming back with these testy par putts.
Yeah, you'd have to think even the best tour players out here under these conditions on these greens would make, you know, perhaps 1, maybe 2 out of 3 tops from here. Call it a 30% chance of this going in.
To stay in the lead. And there it goes. 4 for Lennart. So she drops out of her share of the lead. Back to 10 under. 4 to play for our last group. Now Brock Larson. She's 2 back.
And the pin's just 124 metres today on 16 over on the left side. Cannot miss this to the left.
Oh, that didn't look good.
Well, it's a good miss, but it's a long way for someone trying to mount a charge for a title.
For 10 under. Didn't break.
Well, a little bit of a move of the head early there from Holly. Keep your head still just a tad longer. Just pulled it off to the left. That was a golden opportunity. After a beautiful iron shot.
So she stays at 9 under. GA Shin with a short putt to clean up to stay at -11.
You really have to capitalise on those opportunities in this situation.
Three for the leader at 14, and she stays in front by 1. Runner-up here in 2007, tied for 6th the year after, then tied for 8th the year after that. So 3 times in a row top 10 GA Shin. But that was a long time ago. Great to see her back in Australia. She might finally claim the Ladies Masters today if she can hold off Lennart, Brock Larson and Clyburn.
Well, we head up greenside on the 15th. This is Burnett's third. And it is tracking. Beautiful touch there from Katie Burnett from the rough. So we take a look at 15, a 451-metre par 5 with water and bunkers on the left. If the wind's right, some players can hit that green in 2. It's 235 metres to get past the trouble of the bunkers. But there is also a bunker down here, just 50 metres short of the green. That's been catching a few players out this week. Pin is in a very attackable location in the middle of that front section of this Mickey Mouse green here. You cannot go in those bunkers, though. You want to stay out of those. The miss here is down to the right.
One of just 4 holes averaging under par across the week. Looks like the galleries have made up their mind, and the majority of them with our last group. Seems like the wind's gone, Brett, rain's gone. Bit of sun as well.
Might have to reapply my sunscreen shortly. Got rid of that rain jacket. Holly's just got to be careful that she doesn't try and overpower this. She's got that natural length. Oh, this is left.
Be kind. Bye.
Well, managed to carry that little pond.
And that's fine.
Just as well, she was long.
Well, she's flown that ball about 225 metres, so that was hot off the club face there from Holly Clyburn.
Yeah, her heart would have been in her mouth there. It wasn't where she wanted to go at all.
GA has played this hole this way every day. He's going with a little hybrid off the tee for accuracy. Play it as a 3-shotter.
It's a little left as well.
Yeah, no problem at all.
That's good. Yeah, 2-shot hole for some of the bigger hitters. I'm not sure that Camilla has the power to be able to reach in 2.
Certainly without any breeze behind her, probably not. But you never know. She can move it out there pretty well.
Yeah, she's not the shortest hitter out here, that's for sure. But with 2 par 5s in the last 4 holes, he knows to play them both under par.
Yes, this is where the longer hitters really need to take advantage of their length. Get some good drives, get either on or around these greens and make some birdies, even an eagle. And anything can happen in these last 4 holes, without question. 18, certainly there could be a 2 or 3 shot swing, depending on you know, where you end up.
Yeah, well, we saw that late in the day yesterday. A lot of players steady on 9 under, and then, you know, start of coverage today, GA was at 10 under, and the rest were back at 8. Interesting scenes in the finishing holes.
Yeah, that was always going to have a lot of swing from right to left, with the ridge there.
So she can't get to 10 under just there. Katie Burnett trying to stay at minus, should I say, to get to -6, and she does. Nice chip from out of that rough right side.
Yeah, it really was a beautiful pitch shot. Got an incredible short game there, Katie Burnett. So we'll cross over to you, Brett.
So she's strong enough off the tee to be able to fly that water. She's missed this fig tree here above me, but where it's lying there, it's sitting down a little low. not the greatest of lies. She could knock it on the green. I'm just worried about her backswing. And we'll wait and see when she gets here. I'm sure she'll pay it her full attention. But if she's got some aggression pumping through her veins, she might well have a crack at this. I think most players would lay up, but I'll be intrigued to see what she does.
Well, Holly's certainly one of those powerful players. So I wait to see just how Clyburn feels when she ventures over. Left there at 15.
Well, she's really gotten away with one there, fortunately for her, with her length. At that little pond, you know, when I was teeing off this hole, that was always in play. It was a very, very tight drive with that big Moreton Bay fig hanging over. As we swing up now to Chung here for birdie after that lovely iron. And keep up the speed. It's uphill all the way. That was a golden opportunity there to sneak up to 9 under.
So while Clyburn works it out, G.A. Shin knows what she's doing.
Yep, she's just popping it down on the left side.
That's what's commonly known as commercial.
Yeah. Well, that's a game plan, and that's a good strategy for GA. She doesn't have enough length to challenge this green in 2, so playing to her strengths.
What would you advise here, Jane? When the blood is coursing through the veins, you're 2 back.
Well, I mean, obviously she needs to make a birdie. She has to figure out the best way to do that, but she does have an opening. And we'll just get back to her in a moment as we go to Hai-Jin Choi. To this whole location here at 17 that today, right in the centre front of the green, and that is just spot on.
So that's a chance for the amateur to get to 8 under. Great approach. Now, Lennart's going to play before Holly Clyburn. From the looks of things here, well,
225 metres from the front, Quentin. I think it'll be right at the extremities of her powers with this club. She'll need to catch it just perfectly if she's going to get it on the green.
If she can carry that right-hand fairway bunker, there's a fast lane to the flag.
Oh, good shot.
But will it stay up there? Yes.
So not all the way home, but there for 2 at the par 5 15th with Clyburn off to the left. And, well, you get the feeling this is the story of her Sunday right here.
Yeah, faint heart never won anything, Quentin, so the difference between being brave and being foolish is the result. Or very good contact. Will it fly the trap?
From the groans, it sounds like the answer is no. And she certainly is aware of the state of play there. Sees herself 2 behind her playing partner. Gave it a rip, but now a tough bunker shot coming up. Choi. Oh, she just keeps knocking them down, Hai-Jin Choi. That's 2 birdies in the last 3 holes. So she's headed for a top 5 finish here. 8 under, 1 to play, 3 behind the leader. You wouldn't think she could challenge for the top prize with holes running out. But it's a terrific round of golf from Hai-Jin Choi. 5 under for the day to be 8 under for the tournament. G.A. Shin and Camilla Lennart, along with Holly Clyburn, approaching the 15th green, and Nicole Brock-Larson still has a couple of chances for a late surge. Brock-Larson, the 2 back with 17 and 18 to play. She's a prolific hitter. That closing hole certainly with a tough pin location back left today, but a player of her length has got the ability to get home in two. You never know what might happen. But now the conservative approach of Jie Shin rests on her ability to put the third close.
This is 98 metres, Quentin, with a pitching wedge.
Front hole location, just 14 paces on the green, very accessible.
She's generally very good at these shots too. She just dials them in.
Very nice. Did what she had to do, played to her strengths. Now she just has to knock the putt down.
I think the nerves would still be there, even though she's experienced this so many times, particularly after such a solid weekend. A couple of recent bogeys will leave her for the moment. Ahead, approaching 17. Oh, Su Cha Chung drops her head on it. Not horrible, but not what she was hoping for.
No, that's an opportunity missed there for Chung after a gorgeous drive. Absolutely bombed that down the 17th, and a little bit of a lackluster approach perhaps.
Yeah, and one of the more easy hole locations really on this 17th green, except perhaps if you're where Nicole Brock-Larsen is. She's going to have some tree trouble. Ball above her feet. It's going to be tough to get it close. Yeah, that was always on.
So two back with that green and the 18th to go for the Dane. We've hit the home straight, and Jie Shin is the leader by a head to Camilla Lennart, who's been right on her saddle all the way through the Sunday at the 2016 Ladies Masters, and not far back has been this woman, but she's got a tough assignment here, Holly Clyburn.
Good news is the recent rain has packed the bunkers down, so the ball's sitting nicely, very clean. Yeah, but that's going to happen 9 times out of 10. Just worried about catching it thin.
We'll leave our last grip there for a moment and see how a former champion finishes up. Oh, could it be a 3 for Catherine Kirk? Hit the hole. Oh. Got to cheer home an Aussie. Haven't really seen so many of them prominent on the leaderboard this year, Jane.
No, it's a little disappointing. We haven't had too many up there. Hannah Green, best Australian so far as we look at Lennart now. Crucial shot. Oh, got a little bit of an unfortunate kick there.
Yeah, just
hit a little knoll and just kicked dead right,
yeah,
Ally.
dead right, absolutely. Just took a lot of the pace out of it there.
So this is to tie Green as the best Australian. Oh dear. Too heavy on it. And a 5 at the 72nd hole for former champion Catherine Kirk. 1 under for the tournament and currently outright 17th. A bit of a cheer out of Western Australia with that one lipping out as Queensland sunk its shoulders with Hannah Green.
Oh, we're not that parochial, are we?
Yes, we are.
We are.
It'll be interesting to see what the 12 months ahead has for Catherine. She's been open with her desire to basically just get back to basics. Got a bit too technical and it all got out of whack for her. But she'll go and sign for her day's work, a 73, and we can really zero on in this 15th green.
Well, Holly Clyburn there just getting a sense of the slope with her feet. And this putt should have some right to left in it. Just trying to figure out exactly how much. uphill all the way from this front part of the green.
Pars on Thursday, Friday here. This looking to emulate her feat of yesterday where she was able to find a 4.
Well, this needs to go down. Come on, you got to get it there.
Not to beat. So she'll stay at 9 under. And we just wonder whether that's 2 or 3 back, with Jie Shin still to have her chance at birdie shortly. Now Brock Larson ahead at 17. Trouble right and then second to here.
Yeah, this is no piece of cake either. We'll have to flip this up over that slope there, roll it down toward the pin.
Oh, yes! The Dane with a late say. A chip-in birdie on 17 for Brock Larson to be 1 from the lead.
Well, I think that's potentially good enough, perhaps, for another cheeky peek at it. High five there for Nicole's caddy. Let's take another look.
It was a golf ball with ears, listening to the gallery. It got in the hole all right.
Well, she hasn't made too many putts for birdie, but maybe she needs to miss the green coming in on 18 and chip in for eagle, making a bit of a charge.
With her booming distance down 18, wind in her sails, that adds a real element to the end now. Jie Shin is to go 2 ahead of Lennart and the Dane. Dive drops. She's done it again. Another clutch birdie for Jie Shin. Clinging to this lead for dear life. And again, she's 2 ahead.
And Quentin, just a testament to playing to your strengths, to knowing your game, having a game plan, not deviating from it under any circumstance.
Yeah, it's a great showing of experience there from Jie Shin. Well, as we head up to the 18th, first look at some of the treacherous slopes around this 18th green. See that one from Hai Jin Choi, just finding that right collection area.
Yeah, probably not the worst spot to chip back to that flag as we go back to Camilla Lennart. And now this for an answering birdie.
What theatre. The chip in from Brock Larson. The steady flat blade of Jie Shin. And now, can the Swede be cool here? Over this tricky birdie putt. No,
never had it started on the right line, Quentin. Should have been watching Holly Clyburn's putt that broke from right to left and needed to be played, I'd say, at least a ball or 2 outside right.
So it's a lead of 2 for Jie Shin with 3 to play. Important tidy up here though for Lennart. So the 16th, the par 3, 17th, par 4, and the par 5, 18th to finish after this green. She takes her 5. She's 2 from the lead with 3 to play. Well, we had drama on 17 a moment ago. Can Sucha Chung find a long birdie putt? Not there.
Still a little bit of work left to do for par for Chung.
A short time ago on this green, the Dane, the Players' Player of the LET calendar year last year, ensuring we got our late piece of drama. She's 2 back, about to hit her last hole, with Jie Shin having 3 to play. And when that chip in went down, Jie was 11 under, but that goes down for -12. She has been so solid all day, bar the little blip on 11 and 13, where particularly 13, she missed the fairway, but still was able to take a 5 after having the penalty out of the water there. A runner-up nearly 10 years ago, 9 to be exact, Takari Webb, when she finished 2 back behind the Aussie champ in 2007. Is today her day to claim the trophy.
Hole location today, just 6 paces from the left edge. What a shot.
Just magnificent from the world number 33. And really, that world ranking is only there because she just doesn't play a lot of the really big tournaments.
That's right, exactly.
To get her numbers up where they used to be.
Well, that just shows you what class she still has as we watch Chung now 4 par, and that's a disappointing effort from the middle of the fairway to take 5 from there. Jie Shin perhaps, oh, it's hard to say closing the door because anything really could happen on 18.
She needs to be focusing on nothing but the flag here. Water does come into play on the left if you miss the green. Use the slope to advance. That's a smart play. Got a chance.
Probably just too far back. 9 under for Holly Clyburn. Particularly when you see where Jie Shin has put her tee shot.
Yes, I think if Jie can make that, well, perhaps all bets are off, but Brock Larson with the 18th to play could conceivably make an eagle, but it's a lot of permutations. And we're right now looking at Lennart.
Par all 3 days at 16.
Great scene here at the moment. Green, surrounded by people.
Oh,
they're loving
gorgeous, gorgeous shot, Brett. Right at it.
Great illustration of our last group. The 3 balls there in close proximity. Helped with a bit of rain on the Sunday to make them more receptive. Now, ahead to the 72nd green. This would be a great way to finish for our leading amateur. No birdie, but she'll make her way back out to the 18th green at the presentation to receive the plaudits as the leading amateur of the 2016 Ladies Masters. Hai-Jin Choi, a 5 under 68 today, 8 under for the tournament, outright 5th as it stands, and the best amateur by 6 shots.
Well, just an impressive performance from this young lady, just 16 years of age. Amazing.
Birdie putt awaits for Jie Shin at 16. So too for Camilla Lennart and Holly Clyburn, but in the nearest the pin, it's our leader who's won that little competition on the 3rd last green. She's 2 ahead. And Pretzwell's had a good day, 3 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament. Can she find a late reason to cheer for a 3? Oh, gee, amazing second shot to there. And she'll tap in for the 4. 4 under 69 today for Pamela Pretzwell, and some good support in the crowd for the Scot. Currently outright 8th at 5 under.
Such a lovely girl, Pamela. Her dad, William's, out on the bag for her the last few weeks, and such a nice family unit they have. Always Happy to see you in the mornings at breakfast and ready with some stories in the afternoon, no doubt.
The theatre of Sunday with 3 holes to play.
Just a beautiful scene here, looking across at the 16th green. And the flag today on that lower level, much more accessible for the players, and they've peppered the flag as Holly Clyburn now attempts her birdie. Downhill, a little right to left. Well, that's not going to do it at this point in the proceedings. You've got to give that a run.
Yeah, just 1 under for today, but when you think about how many missed opportunities there were for Holly, particularly on the putting green, it's been a bit of a lacklustre effort with the flat stick.
Yeah, I think that's an area of her game that she can certainly work on.
Before Lennart and Jie Shin, the tie with a booming drive on Taya Srisawang. Only got the iron in hand to get home.
Yeah, certainly can easily reach from there. Couldn't be more than about 160 metres to the front of the green. The flag's on 34 today, so this one landed on the front.
Wonderful chase. Oh, the ridge got it, but that's a beauty. Bit of rain, bit of sun, bit of drama. It's all the theatre of the final day of the 2016 Ladies Masters, with Jie Shin leading by 2 shots. She's on the 16th, but a moment ago on 15 was able to re-establish a 2-shot buffer, punching it down to get to 12 under. Will it become lucky 13 under here, and a lead of 3, and you'd reckon a fingertip on the trophy.
Oh, yes.
Once more, the fist pump. Jie Shin 3 ahead with 2 to play. Back-to-back birdies down the stretch at 15 and 16.
And the cream starts to rise to the top, as it usually does. And, well, it's got to be a great feeling for Jie Shin. So happy to be back in Australia.
Well, this is a must-hole putt now for Lennart. Oh, threatened.
Wishy-washy effort there. Just bumped a little bit on the way down and needed to carry a little bit more pace there, Ali.
Yeah, I think so. I think particularly on those downhill putts, it's important to be assertive with them in order for them to hold their line. Perhaps even pretending it's a 6-footer that I really want to ram in the back of the hole. Sometimes helps with the aggressiveness and assertiveness needed. As we cross up to 18, Chung's second.
And the reachable par 5 with a diabolical green awaiting. Can she be accurate? Oh, look at this. Is this going to hold up? Oh, that hole today is just on a... Oh, nestled next to each other. Hole today is up on that back left plateau that is so difficult to get to. Got 2 beautiful shots now.
Well, one of those girls is going to get a great read, but this is the shot to watch. Nicole Brock-Larsen needs to get this close, doesn't she? Just an iron in hand. And the reachable par 5 doesn't like it.
Oh, big spin out. Oh, that is a shame. She really needed to put her best swing on that one. Got a little bit anxious.
That's been her miss all day. We've seen a short right for the majority of her misses out there today, but interesting to see how many opportunities she's missed, but she's still 5 under par for the day.
Well, it seems we're in the territory where only a mistake from this lady could change the natural order of things. Gallery likes that, though. Ooh, it is a little right side, which can get a bit tough on 17. We'll take you to the skies and show you why.
Well, this is one of the redesigned holes that I really love on this golf course. 357 metres in length, par 4, with those 3 bunkers definitely coming into play for the players today. 209 metres to get into them, 225 to get past them. And then just a short iron into a very attackable hole location. Just 10 paces on here on the 17th, just in the middle of that front section, as we saw Nicole Brock-Larsen find that small collection area off to the left, chipping in. But that is definitely the side to miss it here today.
It's no snack, this tee shot here at 17, but Holly's put a good swing on that. That's a beauty.
Yeah, that would be a challenge if it were a back right hole location, but no problem there today.
Favouring the right side. This might miss the fairway though.
Indeed it has. So our last group, halfway down the penultimate hole. The theatre of dreams for one of our golfers in the next half hour or so. It's looming like it's GA Shin's glory walk up to the 72nd green. And now Nicole Brock-Larsen. How would you assess her week, Jane?
Well, I think she should be well pleased, but she clearly has let some opportunities go. I think she could easily be at the top of the leaderboard. We've seen her miss a lot of putts. She's a very talented ball striker, very strong player. Needs to probably relax a little bit on the golf course, not be quite so intense and hard on herself. But Ali, this is a very, very tricky shot. She does have plenty green to work with, though.
Yeah, she does. She has to probably land this up on the putting surface and then kind of skip it up over that ridge just to the right-hand side of the hole.
Didn't need much more, but that's a good effort.
She really ruined her day yesterday. 78, 5 over yesterday, and outside of that, 67, 69 Thursday, Friday, and she's headed for a 68 or 67 today, Ali. So it's just that one, well, it wasn't a disaster round, but yeah, just not holding it together yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, more of a testament to where her mental game was yesterday. She was only 2 off the pace, and she was really, you know, getting stuck into herself over a few errant shots. And I just don't think you can afford to do that when the conditions are so tough. You just need to be your own friend out there in wind like that. And, you know, she's so talented, as we've said, probably one of the best ball strikers I've ever seen. When her irons are hot and her putting's hot, she's going to shoot 65. She's out there at 5 under today, and she hasn't putted well. I mean, that is an absolute testament to her ability from tee to green. And, you know, if she can get a little bit more positive in her mind frame, perhaps we'll see her hoisting a few more trophies in 2016.
She won in Sweden last September at the Helsingborg Open on her way to third place finish on the order of merit, but she's going to sit for a moment and will also just leave this green to go back to our leader, only needing to keep it tidy. 3 ahead.
113 metres off a little upslope. Good solid contact.
Well, that's better than tidy. Imperious.
She's just so solid, isn't she, GA? And it looks like it's Cheng's turn to putt for eagle before her compatriot Shrisawang.
Go in. Oof. Would have been a real highlight for her, and it would have taken her to tied for 4th, but as it stands, she'll knock this in to join Hai Jin Choi at 8 under. Su Chung with a 4 under 69 today. Bettered by her 68 on Thursday, but that's another top 10 finish for her at this event, having been tied for 6th last year.
108 for Camilla, but this ball's sitting down. She might have to just chase it in low, land it short and run it up. She's gone the high option and scored it heavy.
Yeah, that seemed to get quite a bit of turf there. Just flipping that club face open for Lennart as we head up to the 18th. Almost identical line to Chung for eagle.
Took a nasty hook about it. But still, 4 will be a nice way to finish for Nontaya Srisawang. 69, 74, 71, and this for an even round 73. 5 under for the tournament for Nontaya Srisawang, and she's got some fans in the stands here at Royal Pines.
That was actually Beth Allen, I think, up in the stands, one of our LET winners last year. Obviously having a good time around the 18th there, but back to Holly Clyburn on the 17th.
Metres, 86 metres to the flag. She'd like to go out in style here, I think.
Gives herself a chance for a highlight on 17. Now Brock Larson to finish off birdie. Is to get within 2 of Ji Shin, to get within disaster territory perhaps. And there's the story of the Danes weekend.
Well, 5 under today for Nicole and barely a putt dropped unless it was for par.
78 yesterday. It stands out like a beacon, and she's only going to be a couple of shots from Ji Shin, but what a talent she is. Ranked 69 in the world currently, Nicole Brock Larson, and she's only just starting her 3rd year pro on tour, so such a bright future ahead.
Straightforward looking shot here for Camilla, but just a hint of downslope about it, so she's leaning her body well forward, the weight over her left foot. Splash it out.
Brilliant touch.
That was just what the doctor ordered there for Camilla Lennart. The last thing you want is, you know, a slippery 6-footer to try and save par when you're trying to track down the lead of Ji Shin.
Maddie Burnett trying to blast her way onto this tricky green. Pretty handy. Won't get up the slope, I don't think, but that's a terrific shot.
Yeah, that would have looked pretty good from where she's standing. She'll have that for eagle as we head back to the action on the 17th.
Well, she could really extend here, Ji Shin, with a birdie putt coming up to take a 4 ahead. But she'll have to wait for a moment, the 27-year-old, to see what the 25-year-old Englishwoman Holly Clyburn can do here.
Certainly a pretty generous hole location today, Ali, really giving the players a chance to finish with some birdies.
Yeah, this front middle hole location probably couldn't be any better to attack. Let's see if Holly can take advantage of that after a gorgeous approach shot. She's got it. And that shoots her up the leaderboard into a tie for 2nd.
Well, and with her length on 18, anything can happen. I don't think any lead is really safe. 2 or 3 shots could easily change hands, but
This for 3 birdies in a row for our leader, who went bogey 11, par 12, bogey 13, but what a way to respond. This on the par 5, 15th. Went down for a 4, and then a magnificent tee shot on the par 3, 16th left. This to get her to 13 under. The fist is pumping, the blade is hot. This for 3 in a row. To lock it, bolt it, and seal it away. Not enough. Not enough. It may not mean much, but a 4 on her 71st hole, so she'll walk to the tee at 18, leading by 3. Now, Brooke Henderson, we expected her to be prominent today, but started poorly. Has come home okay. 4 bogeys in a row, 4, 5, 6 and 7. She bogeyed 9 as well, so an 8-5 over 41, but
oh, look at this shot.
That's the talent. Wow.
Get in the hole. Tap in for eagle. Well, it's been great to have her in Australia. She and her sister Brittany are great kids, so now Lennart for par.
Important putt, so she stays 3 back. And our last group is on the 18th tee. It's Jie Shin's to lose. She is at 13 under, and after 3 previous top 10 finishes at this event. So often she doesn't travel. What a treat for the fans in Australia to see a former world #1 on the brink of a title here.
Well, wouldn't this chasing pack pay any money for Brooke Henderson's approach into 18 here?
Yeah.
Imagine a kick in for eagle, putting the pressure on Jie Shin. Drive is imperative. It has to hit the fairway. Can't afford to be in the rough.
Wow. And Holly averaging 276 off the tee this week, and just absolutely drilled it down here. Huge drive.
That is position A1 there for Holly on the right side of the fairway. She'll have a nice angle into that back left hole location here on 18.
It's extraordinary to think that this woman has experienced this feeling more than the 44 times she's won, obviously.
That's right.
But it's just a knack, isn't it? Being able to keep your composure. I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, it's not another British Open. It's not one of the biggest events in world golf, but to think that essentially for 18 months she hardly travelled beyond her home tournaments, made the announcement that she'd come to Australia to play the Open and the Masters, and well, it's only got to encourage her to come back if she wins. Great to see her back, and I think great for the players, the likes of Lennart, Clyburn, to get a real lesson in how to control their game,
How to control their emotions, how to play to your strengths. Looking a little anxiously at that one. I'll be off to the right.
I wonder whether it's got the trap down there.
Yeah, it's 250 metres to get into that right trap on 18. So it could be in the danger zone there.
The smile of a champion, a familiar feeling for the 27-year-old Jie Shin. A 3-shot leader as she walks to her well-placed drive on the 72nd hole. Up ahead, a boomer to here for Burnett. Eagle to finish, perhaps. Looks good. Yes, Katie. Thank you very much for a late highlight. She jumps top 5 with that. Tied for 5th. 8 under with a 3 at the last.
Well, like we said, anything can happen here at 18. There can be eagles. There could be problems with chipping around this green, but this had eyes. This was never anywhere else but the bottom of the cup. Good on you, kid.
That's the first eagle on 18 today.
Now, Celine Herbin from France, currently residing in Spain.
2 in a row.
Could it be?
Not quite.
That would have been quite the group.
So her Sunday wasn't the best. 74.69, 71.76. Unfortunately, she saved her worst for last, but still tied for 12th. 5 under. Jie Shin still poring over the yardage book, making sure that she keeps it neat all the way to the line. Well, we got one eagle earlier. The second missed. Your turn, Brooke. Hope to see you back soon. What a talent. What a privilege to have one of the real stars of world golf grace our shores. Not the greatest day for Brooke Henderson today, but how about that for a block-busting final number?
Oh, sensational, and that's what she's capable of. Clearly did not get off to a good start, but good learning experience. Just 18 years of age, Ali, and you know, every experience, you just put it in the memory bank and you can draw on it later.
Yeah, so true. You know, it's not every day you get to, you know, absolutely bomb a drive and bomb an approach shot into a par 5 in front of a grandstand gallery like that. What a moment. And like you said, I have no doubt going up some 18th holes, playing for a championship, she'll be drawing on shots like that.
It's the theatre that every golfer dreams of, Brett, to walk down 18 with a 3-shot buffer on a Sunday.
Yes, Quentin, 3 shots. Let's do the maths. Eagle, as opposed to bogey, is 3 shots, and that's what can happen on this 18th hole. So as much as she's close to having it in the bag, mathematically, it's not done.
Well, you were having a go at me for talking it up earlier on. The way she's played, yep, who knows? Who knows? Now, Lennart coming up
Stranger
short.
things have happened.
Yes, it's called golf.
Yeah.
But before GA gets to play, look at Lennart, just short of this right-hand fairway bunker. And what's her yardage, Brett?
189 to the flag. She won't be landing it at 189, that's for sure.
It seems like the rain's back.
Oh, she's hit a smother pull.
She really dipped her left shoulder severely there on the backswing and could never recover from that. So disappointing effort, but still a chance for an up and down for birdie.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to push it a little too much with a long iron. GA's got a hybrid. And as that rain just picks up again, so does the breeze. So it's helping. That's a plus. Very tough to stop it on this green with his second shot. It's high. It's straight.
And it's on the green.
It's over.
It is. What a beautifully executed hybrid there from GA.
A long eagle putt to finish. What a way it would be if she could nail that. And it's interesting that the weekend has been perfect, all bar that little run 11, 12, 13 where she bogeyed 11, bogeyed 13, but outside of that it's been impenetrable, the game and psyche of the former world #1. Now there's some money on the table here for Clyburn and Lennart. Can either of them claim outright second?
175 for Holly. High 5 iron out to the right. That's all she's got left. Needs to catch it solid. Looking
right.
good.
Be right.
Oh, wow. Holly Clyburn, what a shot. The fans in the stands at 18 have been given an absolute treat in the last 10 minutes, and they're about to stand and applaud their champion as Clyburn, after a tough week, cracks a smile, and 27 years of age, rarely ventures away from her base in Asia these days, but to see her back in Australia, a former Australian Open winner of a couple of years ago, 3 times a top 10 finisher here. Closest she got was when she was second behind Kari Webb back in 2007. But now she can savour this moment.
And Ji-ai Shin.
She shows great sportsmanship to applaud her playing partners, but they're cheering for you, Jay.
Oh, and I think too she's cheering for the Australian crowds. She's enjoyed being back here. Loves a good meat pie. Make her an honorary Aussie. What do you think, Quentin?
Yeah, very handy. Very handy indeed. If there's one word to sum it up, Jane, what would you use?
Majestic.
What about you, Ali?
Patient.
6, yeah. 6. Yep.
I'd go with class.
That's a good one as well. I think they all apply. But yes, the cream has risen to the top. Clearly the most experience in this field, Ali.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's so much talent trying to chase her down, and it's an exciting time for women's golf, you know, having these legendary players like GA, you know, in the field, former world #1, and that alongside, you know, the power of the next generation as well. It's pretty fun to watch.
Well, it's funny when you say the next generation. GA's only 27. You've got kids like Hai-Jin Choi, 16 years of age, Su Shi Chung, 18, So Young Lee, 18, and then Nicole Brock-Larson at just 22. So, yeah, golf, professional golf's in great hands.
And yesterday, when it blew hard, she was able to still card a 2 under 71. That patience word that you use, Alison, really borne out yesterday.
It was so impressive yesterday, the display of golf, you know, from a lot of the people in the lead groups actually. Going under par in those conditions was spectacular, equally as good as a 65 on a calm day for me. And, you know, it's just nice to see a little bit of a contrast today. The crowd seeing this fantastic finishing hole here. Very exciting.
Well, a tricky shot now for Camilla Lennart. A lot of undulations and slopes to negotiate. See if she can judge it. Oh, top shot.
Well, a tip of the cap to you there, Camilla Lennart. That one was pretty special. That one just sweetened the deal a little bit for the Scandinavian.
And just back to Jie Shin. Looking across our field, Katie Burnett is one player to have finished all 4 rounds under par. Holly Clyburn is likely to do the same, and Jie Shin would be the other. So only 3 players able to beat the course on all 4 days. 68, 70, 71, and well, Shin, she's got a putt for a 68.
Well, I think she'd be pretty happy with a 2-putt at this point.
A chance to really send the crowd into raptures. The title is hers. The margin is the question. Can Jie Shin slam it home emphatically with a 3 on the 72nd?
She's got a very sharp ridge right in front of her, and then it flattens out. Uphill all the way, though.
Not to be, but she'll mark that. And her players around her will now no doubt demand that they finish out before she has that tap in as the last play of the weekend.
Yeah, got to be a very satisfying feeling for GA. Great to get some golf under a belt before the Japanese LPGA season starts.
Yeah, watch out there.
Well, she has eyes on number one, so don't put it past her. Looks like Lennart will be away now.
It really bucks the trend, doesn't it, of basically every other top player in the world wanting to play on the top tour. But Jie Shin, she's got a very tough history with a family and wants to be closer to them, and is still able to fulfill her professional goals, albeit tweaked a little differently.
Absolutely.
That very important part of family life taken care of first and foremost.
Yeah. Well, she wasn't happy towards the end of her LPGA career and reached number one, but got a little bit frustrated. But big putt now for Camilla. It's for birdie.
That eases the pressure a bit on Holly Clyburn. So Lennart will stay at 10 under. 3 top 10 finishes in a row for the statuesque Swede. Yesterday got the better of her, but another very good trip to the Gold Coast. And now Clyburn's got 2 from here to take outright second. I'm sure she'd love to drain it for a 3.
Yeah, this is a huge putt for Holly Clyburn. I can tell you that a share of second place is very different to second place outright.
So not the eagle, but this back to finish second in her own right. A 3 under 70 for Holly Clyburn. She's our runner-up at 11 under. And we only have Jie Shin to finish out. One of the great names of recent times in women's golf. About to add the Masters to her Australian Open trophy cabinet. Jie's day, yet again, and for the first time here at Pines. An emphatic display from the former world number 1 to claim her first Ladies Masters title. 4 under par rounds, 68, 70, 71, 69. Magnificent from the 27-year-old. Great to see her back. And the class told.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on the final day of the 2016 Australian Ladies Masters. Please maintain your positions.
So the PA advising the patrons to stay in place so they can take in the presentation. 45 wins worldwide now. What a player she was. Second in the line of batting behind Brooke Henderson in the pre-post tournament thoughts, but the youth and talent of the Canadian couldn't match the sheer class, patience, consistency of this woman.
Yeah, well, you talk about consistency. Her 2015 included 18 top 10s in 31 starts. I mean, that's better than 50%. Incredible golf that we've seen from Jie Shin.
A 3-shot winner of the 2016 Ladies Masters. Holly Clyburn claims outright second with a birdie on the 72nd hole. Nicole Brock-Larson and Camilla Lennart tied for third. Hai Jin Choi, our leading amateur, finished at 8 under along with Suchia Chung, Katie Burnett with that great eagle on the last. And Pam Pretzwell, Nontaya Srusawang and Brooke Henderson complete our top 10 of the 2016 Ladies Masters.
Well, a wonderful round from Nicole Brock-Larson today. Sees her finish in a share of third, and she's been good enough to pop down before she goes back up to watch the presentations. Nicole, congratulations on your fantastic round today, your third place finish. Do you feel it was one that got away just the round yesterday, perhaps, that let you down?
Yeah, of course, I'm very happy to finish with a round like this today. I feel like it could be even lower than -5 today. I missed a few short putts, but yeah, I'm really happy with coming back after yesterday's round.
Well, in your second year, of course, here in Australia, you found the course to be so very different like everyone else. Did you enjoy the challenge?
Yeah, I did, definitely. Yesterday with all the wind, it was very tough, but I think it's a good change, yeah.
And you'll head off to China after this, you'll go home and then you'll go on to China. What does the year hold?
Yeah, mainly European Tour events, and then hopefully I'll qualify for the Olympics in Rio. We have 4 Danish girls who's in a very big competition about these 2 spots, but hopefully I'll be one of them, and this result is definitely helping me.
Well, it certainly was, and it was a fantastic outing from you today. If we have a look at some of the highlights of your round here on the first hole, when you play the course mentally in your head, do you feel very relaxed about it? Because we know that it can be so very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it can go both ways. It can be very difficult, and then you have a lot of birdie opportunities as well. Yeah, as I said, I feel I missed a few ones today, but yeah, putts like this dropped as well. So I'm overall very happy with -5.
Well, and here for birdie on 12.
Yeah.
Third shot at 12, rather. Which landed nice, very nicely positioned for you. And this was a very special moment indeed.
It was, yeah. Well, I needed a good finish to go into top 3, and yeah, this tip was definitely needed. Yeah, very important.
Superb, and of course, as I mentioned, leaving you in a share of third. Jie Shin ultimately taking out the title. It's great to see her in action again. We don't get to see too much of her on tour.
Yeah, it's nice to get her back, and a good win for her here.
Indeed. So with the general state of women's golf, it's so progressive. We're enjoying seeing the youngsters coming through, and then do you feel that it's constantly on the move?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's in a good move. A lot of young players are getting to the top of their world ranking, and hopefully I'll be one of the next ones.
We certainly hope so. Now, Nicole, we know you've got to go up to the presentation, so we're going to let you go, but thank you so much for coming in, and congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. We'll go back to Quentin Holding commentary.
Thanks, Steph. A very entertaining weekend's work from a very popular player on the Ladies European Tour, the Players Player of the Year last year, third in the order of merit, and tied for third with Camilla Lennart, the Dane Nicole Brock-Larson. She certainly can be a highlights reel in her own right, and as we look through a terrific Sunday of golf, not surprising to see our recent guest in the studio feature prominently. Needed to get something going early on. This was on the first hole, and nothing better. See it disappear.
Well, this also on the first hole. Holly Clyburn looking to make a charge. This to get to 9 under. And it also dropped.
She kept snapping at the heels of Jie Shin, was in the joint lead at different parts of the day, but Camilla Lennart, that was a birdie to get to 9 under on 1, and she found another shortly after.
Yeah, this was on the par 5 third hole. Outside chance at birdie. You see the body English just creeping in the back door there. That was a shot gained for sure.
Well, this young lady thrilled us with that eagle putt on 18 a short time ago. Finished top 5, and this is one of her earlier pieces of work. Drained a couple of good ones today. Did the Georgian Katie Birdnet. That was on 5. Get to 7 under at that point of the day.
Well, this has to be potentially the shot of the tournament. Out on the short par 4 8th, Haejin Choi, the amateur from South Korea. And it tracked in absolutely centimetre perfect there from the youngster. High fives all round.
Yes, it's the one that is recorded as shot of the day, but I'm sure you get to Mariana Skarpnord and she'll talk to you about her albatross on 12. So this was a little move here that we thought, OK, well, Jie Shin's just going to career away here. She starts the back 9 with a birdie. But then it got a little shaky after that.
Yeah, well, this was almost a career birdie for Holly Clyburn after driving it left in the trees. Quite the jungle birdie there for the Cleethorpes native.
So previously there on 6 and here now on 8. Great control. So she makes birdie on 6 and 8, goes out in 34. And then, as I mentioned, this made it 3 birdies in 5 holes.
And that one got in and got her to 13 under. Big fist pump there from GA.
Good touch with that wedge. Just the putting at times from Nicole Brock-Larsen. Beautiful approach there to 12.
So we take a look at Chung's birdie putt on the par 5 15th. That one rolled in as well.
16 years of age, second at the New Zealand Open, qualified at both the Australian Open and the Ladies Masters to get into the field. 71, 71, 74, 68, Haejin Choi. Remember the name.
And this, what a pivotal shot here for Nicole Brock-Larsen, really. The start of her charge. And that was absolutely huge for the Dane.
Well, after the shaky bogey on 11, she found the water on 13 and took bogey there. But then 15, 16, I'm back, baby. Yes, one went down first of all. That got it to 12 under.
Yeah, and this was the second of that. A beautiful approach shot here to the par 3 16th. Setting up a nice right to left birdie putt, never in doubt.
Good finish for Holly Clyburn to claim outright second. Birdie finish for her, and that was a good putt. She just couldn't find a few of those a little earlier in the round to really put the heat on.
Yeah, we talk about momentum changes. That was her eagle putt after a glorious approach shot into 18 here. Beautiful finishing hole at Royal Pines. Well, it was good enough for outright second for Holly.
But the glory all with the 27-year-old. And real delight as well. Great to see that genuine emotion for a player who has won a lot. This means a lot to her. Spending 18 months essentially at home, and to travel away and to still prove to herself she's got the game, magnificent.
Yeah, so true, and always such a massive talent, Jie Shin, and so consistent always, even in the, well, the treacherous wind yesterday, still held her class.
Let's go down to Brett Officer, who has our winner.
Congratulations, that was quite an exhibition.
Thanks so much, I'm really happy. Yeah.
At what stage did you know you had it in the bag?
Well, actually, you know what? Oh, sorry, I feel a little bit confused now.
That's okay.
So, pardon me, what?
When did you think you had it won?
Well, just 18, because you know, these courses can make easy to make the bogey or double bogey on the even 18 holes. So I just keep focused, and then when I left it like this much for birdie, thinking at that time, just.
We all thought you had it won when you knocked it on the green. It was a sensational second shot. Well done. Tell us about the little hiccup, bogey 11, bogey 13.
Well, that's the golf. Well, from 11 bogeys. Well, just unlucky with my bunker shot, so I was worried about the bouncing. So it's bogey, and number 13 is a good bogey, actually, good miss. Yeah, so I'm really happy with the bogey. So when I'm talking with my caddy, I said, really good. Yeah, after that, I make it a little bit more fresh. So after that, I feel much better.
I was very impressed with your third shot into the green, and you were happy, you were laughing, your mood was still upbeat, and I think that was the key to finishing well, wasn't it?
It is. Actually, it was so rain at that time. It was unlucky for our team. So
exactly.
yeah. So well, after that, the rain make the soft help for the green. So after that, I just hit it very aggressive to the pin, and then it worked pretty well. Yeah.
Well done with the win. You're a very popular winner. You deserve it. Go and enjoy the spoils of victory.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Well played, Jie Shin. Great to see that smile. One of just 3 players who was able to beat the course on all 4 days. 68, 70, 71 and that 69 today. 3 ahead of Holly Clyburn in the end, and 14 under. I'm pretty sure the course superintendent and everyone at Royal Pines will be really pleased with that score to par as the winning score here after all the changes, all the talk about perhaps it was made a little bit too tough. Certainly in the men's PGA, they only got to level par with 3 players playing in a playoff from level par back before Christmas. But some smarter pin placements, a bit of knowledge as to this course bedding down has ensured that we could see the best of the players this weekend. Let's take you to the 18th green and the presentation hosted by our own Jane Crafter.
Well, thanks very much. I'd like to welcome you to the prize presentation of the 2016 RACV Ladies Masters. I'm Jane Crafter. I'm rather very fond of this 18th green, although it's a little different than the 18th green that I remember, but nevertheless, welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me first introduce to you onto the 18th green our leading amateur from South Korea, Hae-Jin Choi. And next, a lady who doesn't need much introduction, but we welcome her back to Australia, world rank number 33, Jie Shin from South Korea. Congratulations, Jie. Let me first introduce to you and thank for being here Mr. Kevin White, President and Chairman of the RACV, to say a few words. Kevin.
Thank you, Jane. Correct. Congratulations to the 147 players who've come from all around the world to participate in this fabulous tournament. In particular, I'd like to congratulate our 2 winners, our leading amateur, Hae-Jin Choi, and of course the 2016 RACV Ladies Masters champion, Jie Shin. RACV is delighted to be the major sponsor and host this prestigious event. During its 25 years here at Royal Pines Resort, this tournament has proven to be the launching pad for many of the leading names in women's golf. RACV is a long-term supporter of Australian golf at all levels and owns and operates a number of high-quality golf courses in Victoria and Queensland for the enjoyment of our 2.1 million members and guests. The RACV Ladies Masters is especially significant as it provides our members, guests and visitors to the Gold Coast with an opportunity to experience world-class golf at their doorstep and more widely through television broadcasts. Over the past 4 days, we have seen some outstanding golf, and it is particularly pleasing that the ladies have truly mastered the new RACV Royal Pines 18-hole layout, which they have played for the first time. RACV is pleased to partner with TA Golf and the event co-sanction partners, the ALPG Tour and the Ladies European Tour, in staging this wonderful tournament. I would also like to acknowledge our other event partners: Tourism Events Queensland, the Gold Coast City Council, JDVC Golf Korea, and the event's national sports broadcaster ABC Sport. And of course the 400 volunteers who did a magnificent job in many roles over the 4 days of this tournament. Thank you to all, and well done to GA Shin, the winner of the 2016 RACV Ladies Masters.
Thanks very much, Kevin. And now I'd like you to present the leading amateur trophy to Hai Jin Choi. Congratulations. And now I'd like to invite the tournament chairman, Mr. Bob Toohey, to join RACV President and Chairman, Mr. Kevin White, to please present the trophy to our champion, GA Shin. And may I add that as a reward for the winner of this championship, that they will be invited to join the LPGA at the Swinging Skirts Classic in San Francisco in April. So congratulations. GA, would you like to say a few words?
Okay. First, big thanks to RACV and Tourism and Events Queensland, the City of Gold Coast, JTBC Golf, Battery, and the TA team, and RACV Royal Pine Resort. The good hospitality and then cost condition was great, so I really appreciate that. And thank you for volunteers, and then thank you for fans. Yeah. Thank you. Well, last 2 years I didn't speak English that much, so please understand me. And I do my best. And
I'll take
you're right. Okay. Yeah, I'm missing here, so I'm really happy to come back, and especially now I have tagged to the trophy. So yeah, it made me a little bit happier, but it doesn't matter. And now I have a vision for coming to next year, so I hope to see you next year too. Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, GA. We know you love a good meat pie, so perhaps you can celebrate with one of those tonight. Congratulations. And that wraps up our prize presentation. Thank you all. Thank you to the ALPG, to the Ladies European Tour, and to Bob Toohey and Toohey Associates. They've done an amazing job. Thank you all, and we look forward to coming back next year.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed to our colleague Jane Crafter, and what a wonderful prize presentation, seeing GA Shin with her typical humble acceptance of the plaudits. And we've mentioned numerous times how fabulous it is to see her out here again and to see her play, and it really was. It came down to experience and who couldn't hold their nerve, didn't it, Ali?
Yeah, absolutely, and just so much patience from GA the entire weekend. You know, shooting 2 under out there yesterday was, as I said earlier, like a 65 on any other day. It was absolutely incredible, and it's just a testament to how consistent she is on the golf course as well. You know, 18 top 10s last year out of 31 starts. That's practically unheard of, and thumbs up all round there from GA, and rightfully so. what a gracious champion as well.
She is an absolute class act, and just to let you know, that trophy weighs an absolute ton, so I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't really want to waltz around hanging on to it. But you mentioned her patience, I think particularly around the 13th, which proved to be the undoing of so many today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was a real turning point of the round, I think, you know, with Camilla Lennart, Holly Clyburn breathing down her neck. When she squeezed that shot right into the water, all bets were off. Anything could have happened then, and you know, you heard in her post-round interview how she said 13 was actually almost a good thing, and she used it as a springboard then, you know, to kind of resettle herself, and then making those birdies coming down the stretch. I mean, tip of the cap to you, GA. She's a class act.
Certainly is. And how about the other contenders? Some who perhaps really let it get away from them.
Yeah, and I think when you look at, you know, Nicole Brock-Larson's round, she's capable of going super low. 5 under today and barely made any birdie putts. You know, she had that chip in that was incredible on 17. Yeah, and that was a great moment for us coming down the stretch, and it made, you know, the finishing hole so exciting because there could have been a 3-shot swing on 18. If you miss this green out the back here, it's no piece of cake. You know, a lot of people have played a little army golf going left, right, and you know, she needed to hit the green, and she did. What a class act.
Sure did. Well, Gio Shin hit more greens, and we're going to have a look at some of the highlights of her round. The 2016 champion of the RACV Ladies Masters, starting with her birdie putt at 6.
Yeah, this was an incredible birdie putt down the slope as well. A lot of grain. Fist pump. It's rightfully so there.
And this is her second shot to 8.
Yeah, just absolute precision here with her second, and you know, it's kind of a, anything you can do, I can do better to my playing partners. And she did roll that one in for birdie.
Sure did, here at the 10th.
Yeah, huge amount of slope here on the 10th, so you can see, and that was one of the flatter putts, and she walked it in and she wanted it. And that fist thrown straight up in the air, a real momentum changer there as we look at her birdie putt also on the 15th. And this was that resettling we were talking about after the 13th hole. That one sneaky in the left side, another fist pump, and I think she really knew it was all throttles go for now. Beautiful approach here on 16, setting that one up as well. And those 2 birdies proved to be so important coming down the stretch.
So calm and controlled, and here of course is her winning putt.
What a moment.
Forget the fist pumps, it's 2 hands raised. Absolute champion, gets covered in the water. I always think that should be champagne,
I think if they had more time, they probably would have done it, but a lot of those girls just came straight from the golf course, and no one would make their caddy carry champagne around all day, would they?
No, certainly not in the bizarre temperatures that we had today, and we certainly had a little bit of everything, didn't we? It was almost Victorian-like in the seasons.
I was going to say it felt a little like home here, but you know, the funny thing about RACV is you can see it coming, you know, from the top of the hotel. It's such a fabulous setting, and the ominous clouds over the hinterlands, and you know, it just created a little bit of drama out there on the back 9 as well. I think a few of the girls needed a bit of a change up to happen in order to catch GA, and they gave it a good go.
Certainly did, and someone who gave it a real crack. Let's have a look at our shot of the day, and this is Choi, a second shot to 8. Absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, well, we heard the crowd roar when we were watching the other groups, and it was for very good reason. Hitting dead on the centre of the flag stick there, talented Korean amateur, and we'll be seeing a lot more of Hae-Jin Choi in the future. Maybe even she'll grace us and come back next year.
Just 16, it's absolutely extraordinary what these young ladies can do, and wonderful to see what they can do on this particular course. We heard our commentator Quentin Hull speaking a little bit earlier about how difficult some of the men found it. Can you just explain, perhaps for some people who aren't familiar with how that works, how it changed for the women and how they were able to tame the course, perhaps?
Yeah, well, I think they perhaps got a little bit of a hand on how to set the course up for a tournament. I know the men had terrible conditions, but also with the new greens out here, what they're lacking is, you know, that thatch layer that's between the top, you know, the top 3 centimetres of the grass is actually fresh leaves, and then there's a thatch layer which is what cushions the blow of the ball, and you know, 9 greens out here aren't actually having that at the moment. They haven't grown in yet, and I think that extra 3 months has definitely helped.
certainly has. Well, let's see how it finished here. And this is the leaderboard at the completion of the 2016 RACV Ladies Masters. Jie Shin on top. In fact, it was a Korean clean sweep with the leading amateur, Hae-Jin Choi of Korea as well. But, you know, plenty in the mix right to the end.
Yeah, and such a multicultural leaderboard as well. Obviously, we love seeing Aussies doing well, but, you know, someone like Jie Shin coming back to our shores is absolutely brilliant, and we'll welcome it any time.
Well, guys, it was a fantastic tournament. There was the leading Australian. We had Catherine Kirk, who, of course, has won here before, but wonderful to have all the players here. Ali, wonderful to have you joining our commentary team. Thank you very much to you and to Brett Officer, who did such a wonderful job out on course. Quentin Hull in commentary alongside Jane Craft, who, of course, has won this tournament twice. From me, Stephanie Brantz, from the entire very dedicated golf team here at the ABC. It's been an absolute joy to bring you the Ladies Masters. Congratulations, Jie Shin. We'll see you next time.
Yep, okay. Ready when you are. I'll tic-tac down the list.
Are we going to stick to that back and forth?
Yeah.
Might have did a little both. We'll just go 1, 2.
I think that works.
Yeah. So I start in Holly.
Brain switched off now. Tired.
Yeah, crash. I could, like, poor Kingy, he drove me to Broadbeach last night. I got off and I was like, oh,
Are you flying tonight?
no.
Oh,
Going
okay.
out tonight. There's going to be a party up in here.
Good stuff.
Now, have you guys, where's your green folders? You throw them away.
They're just here. Yep.
Yeah, ready.
Ready when you are. Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
No, it was very enjoyable.
Back at ya. Yeah, really. Yeah, perfect.
We'll do this.
Icing on the cake.
We'll need 5 takes to
come
get
home
through
strong.
this. Yeah.
sounded good there, John.
Good job to you.
Glazy.
All good.
I cleaned out your lozenges, Crafty. Thank you, mate.